Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. Whoa, what goes on with my screen? Spirit fun. Hi, how are you? Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. If you haven't done so already, and if you get anything from my work, Connect Design Epiphany and Mind Explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All the beautiful links will be in the description after the live, but you can go to any one of my prior videos to get that information. AllyKat Creations 211.com is my website. You could check out all the beautiful projects and works that I do. And if you want to purchase any of them, please email me because I do everything privately. And then lastly, today we got a raffle going on because our channel members get amazing things when they support me. So later on today, we will do a raffle. And that's one of the member perks of joining the channel. And you also get oracle readings from me in a channel member only video. So I tried condensing the list of your numbers for the people out there that are participating in such raffle, and it didn't want to upload into the community tab. It cut it off. There's only 20 people. But anywho, that's okay. I will show it throughout the day where you are in the raffle, where the numbers are, so that you know I am not playing around. It's at random. I have a number generator and all that stuff. Coffee, sip, sip. Hi, Scott. Hi, Bob. Hi, Roger. Hi, El Sunray. Hi, Catherine. Hi, Ashmaya. Hey, Cab. Hey, Barbara. How are you guys? Thank you for joining me today. Thank you, thank you. Um, I will show you some of my progress on the flamingo. It's a flamingo. It's a flamingo. Two flamingos. It's a flamingo. So I'm doing leaves with a palm tree. I have to do the leaves. And then over here is going to be like a beachy area with some water and then like a little sunset behind it. All in color pencil. Yeah, that it's a lot of work, believe it or not. The leaves took me an hour and a half yesterday. So yeah. Uh Flamingos. I might be drawing some of that during the live. We'll see. How is everybody? Thank you, Scott. Um, what was I doing yesterday? After I uploaded the Urantia book yesterday, I'm like, I gotta like figure the composition to the flamingos out because you can't just have, I mean, even though Mr. Flamingo looked cute, like I needed a composition. So I started like drawing like very lightly and was like, okay, flamingos, palm trees, foliage, but then it's also beach. I'm like, okay, how do I make this make it make sense? And then I just started going at it with the leaves and the palm tree, and then palm tree will come out. We'll get some water, I'll get some beach, we'll get some sky, and drawing. I don't do drawing much on my channel ever, if ever. I haven't done that yet. Ever. So new things, new that is also very new for me. I don't do stuff in color when it comes to lifelike, hyper realistic things. Like I will draw like chicken because chicken is easy. When you're doing things with color, it takes it's a whole nother dimension, let's just say that. So yeah, I'm doing that. Been working on that. Today we are doing our fun raffle, once a month raffle. So channel members, this is up for grabs. I know it's hard to see with the shinies, glimmers. So this is up for grabs. It's small. Shouldn't cost that much to ship. Also, if the winner doesn't want that and they want a oracle reading, I could do that too. So, and then third place will probably get a candle or something small. Where in Gary were you, girlfriend? Hi, Ivy. Hi, Sparky. Where in Gary? How far down were you down in Gary? You know, I'm around the corner on Broadway, but I'm in Maryville, Broadway. This is a Schumann residence. I felt this all night. I don't know about any of you. I don't know about any of you. That's a lot of purging energy going on right there. A lot of encodes, a lot of downloads. I've been getting a lot of that stuff recently. Um, chicken! Buck, 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 buck. First bucks of the night. Chicken. Buck, 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 buck. Um, oh, okay. Gotcha. Um, I got stuff for you for your new venture, Ivy. Hi. Wendy! Hi, Wendy. How are you, girlfriend? Hi. So I had not been sleeping at night. I'm becoming the night owl again, which I don't like. I like getting up in the morning earlier, but I can't get myself to sleep. And then I'm sitting in contemplation. I am doing like a whole recall, like literal overhaul of my nervous system. So yesterday I took a shower. I've been doing like kind of army showers just so that no one called me back from the plumbing place. So I literally was like a little like hesitant on doing big showers, but I did a dishwash. I have a dishwasher and it was overloaded. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Like, we're gonna find out some way somehow. Did the dishwash, there was no water. I'm like, so I went and took a shower and there was no water. So once I ran the shower for a little bit just to make sure, I got my Bluetooth speaker, I put it on 417 hertz, pure tone. That stuff is not easy to listen to. It is like beep. Okay, and that's just the whole you crank that stuff up. And I put it right against my shower, my tub so it reverberates. And it helps, 417 helps blockages. So not just for me, I was like hoping drain blockages. Um, so after that yesterday, just sitting in contemplation, sitting in introspection, trying to shift, it's not necessarily all the time your subconscious that's also blocking you, it's your nervous system. Your nervous system is wired, and once it's wired to survival mode, it is very hard to untangle the wires in your own body to stop getting anxious with triggers. And that, at this point, um I spoke to a sportsman's girlfriend this morning. Um, at this point, I don't care about things not getting paid on time, and that's property tax. Other stuff I do because there's adages on it. So but I'm not getting, like, my old self would be like, oh my God, I didn't pay my bills on time. Like, I don't care anymore. Whatever. That took a long time for me to get to that state of thinking, like, and not have my body react to it. There's some other stuff that we're purging that are coming up, for me at least, that I'm like, oh, react differently. Nervous system. It's not just your mind thinking it, it's like your body has to think it too. I can't believe you caught it live too, Wes Wendy. Exciting. I was gonna go on earlier. I was. Um, Freya, no. Freya has to make a mess. And I actually have a chair. I have Jason's chair when Jason podcasts. I have a chair behind me because she was down here a little earlier, and I'm like, come sit down and have fun. Yeah, no. So there is a chair. She wants to come hang out with us. So there's enough of you on. I'm gonna share. This is, so I tried taking, hopefully you guys can see this properly. Um, there was an issue on both my desktop and my laptop and the phone to trying to get this to show up in the community tab. I've been trying all day and been like, okay, I'll do a TikTok and then I'll try this again. Um, it doesn't want to show the entire list for some reason, and I've different fonted it and everything. I don't know what goes on, but here's where you guys are. I will show this right before we do the raffle. So this is all the channel members and then some friends and some beautiful people that do help me along the way. So I just wanted to put that list out there for you guys. It's small this month. It's a love sign that I made, and it's an oracle reading with me. Um, hope to get Mr. Flamingo. Uh, this is gonna take me a few more hours, but I'm really excited for this. This once again, it's like I don't do this stuff, and I'm blowing myself away. Is that perfect for me? Like, if I look at it, no, but I like it, and I can definitely improve upon that. So I got to rearrange things on my screen, because if I had two screens, that'd be fantastic, but we don't have that. Yes. Thank you. I'm going to, once that's done, and if Buckshot's uh daughter likes it, it's hers. She's the one that actually motivated. Charlene started it. Charlene started it. She started it. She made a flamingo version of chicken and butt monkey butt, and Buckshot was talking to me, and oh yeah, my daughter loves flamingos. And I'm like, you know what? That's probably a bird that I could probably draw with colored pencils. Epiphany, let's do something different. Let's go and do something different. I don't do that stuff. So let's test myself out. And that's not so bad. That's exciting. Um, because normally I draw lifelike with pencil. I don't use color. I can paint in color. I can do drawings in color. It's just more cartoony-esque like than it is pencils. I draw hyper realistically. So doing hyper realistic stuff, I get more away with the pencil than I do with color. Um, it's just, I guess, my technique and skill set that I could do that. Um, just to let you guys know, whoever was on We Not Me yesterday, I didn't lose power, but we had a freak storm that hit here while they were live. Like Thor was slamming his hammer down on the ground. My house shook a whole bunch, and it was in and around when they lost power. It hit closer to them harder than it did over here. So I just want everybody to know that weather has been nuts, insane. Currently, I think it's in the 80s here. We did get rain, which was like, thank you, I need rain. My raspberries, I think it is coming out, or it could be blackberries. I'm not 100% sure. I had signage when I planted my berry bushes and tree. Like I know the elderberry tree is thriving. The other berry trees like made it look like it was going to thrive, and then it looked like it died, and now one's back up. I don't know if it's raspberries or blackberries, but they're sprouting. It feels like 93 out here. Feels like it's 93. Yeah, I mean, I'm just expanding within the self. Oh, I'm so glad it's raining there, Barbara. Oh, Scott, I am praying. Like you need, so Scott, you need to get yourself with some nations peoples in that area and like totally do a rain dance. Go get yourself a drum. I have drums, and I go about my vibration, and I don't care what people think about me. F you. I'll go outside and do dancing all day in my backyard. I don't care. If my vibe is high, do it. Go get yourself a drum and go get a rattle and ask the spirits to start dropping some water. Monsoon. There was a hurricane in Mexico, like down there on that side of the Pacific. What? Hi, Black Sheep. I'm talking to all of you. I'm Black Sheep. Always been the Black Sheep. We're ending cycles. we came into carnate in this vehicle, this lovely vehicle that we all inhabit, to break up the cycles of karma, to break it up, to go hi ya, and literally wipe it off the map because it is no longer going to serve the energy that we're incoming into. Period. End of story. Um, I did a TikTok earlier. I channel these things, and I get like spirits like go outside now. Um, a lot of us are moving into what I been told to say is outgrowth. You're outgrowing things, concepts, modalities of thinking, ways of doing things. It's no longer serving your body and your nervous system. That's what kind of like the purge that I've been going through is purging. And this is not easy because it's your neurological system, it's your electrical currents in your body. It's wiping away the things that no longer serve you, but also the feelings that it emits. Not just, oh, like I have a childhood trauma but what's the feeling and how does your body react to it? Okay, got to like rewire my body to react different once it comes up. Because these things are going to continuously come up in your paradigm, whether it be someone dying, transcending, you have loss, you have your mom beat you as a kid, your dad belted you as a kid, you got in a severe accident, and you hold that PTSD trauma in your nervous system. It's not just in your mind and in your mental state, it's in your body. Um, and it's like rattling it out of you. So I'm doing that work right now on my body. Thank you, Miss Ashmaya. Oh, we're coming in though, Scott, I honestly think in your area, something there has to be purged and purified through fire. And then hopefully the water comes in and I hope all the animals that are being affected in that area are being moved for a purpose. And if they unfortunately had their lives transcended from it, that they're upgrading. I don't know. I guess a lot of us have been desensitized to human loss, but when it comes to the animals, I totally have a cat here. Yep. Freya, you getting your hair everywhere. So yeah, that outgrowing of stuff is happening more and more to more people. Um, and what that looked like for me was many of you would know because you're also in the same thing. I was so hooked and obsessed and insanely invested, inscribed, in looking up documents and knowing the truth, listening to a million people talk about the truth. And then when I found out the power is within me and I can start remembering who I am and the bigger, larger, expansive truths, more people then started dropping away from my frequency because I saw past their delusional, I'm gonna want to make money and yeah, and I'm gonna leech off of other people because I don't have the information, but they do, but I'm gonna resurface it and right. So we start seeing those people for what they truly are. We're feeling more into ourselves what those people are. We're like, goodbye. And more, your spiritual soul boundaries start growing. The boundaries within yourself are to keep you safe, but it's also to go, okay, hey, hey, girl, hi. you can't listen to the hate thing anymore because that'd be a hypocritical thing for you to be doing. Well, why is that? I'm supporting my friends because that's lower frequency and you can't hear it anymore. Sorry. Um, but going further into and investing into the why questions for that, if I see all things as God, source, all that is, the monad, the pleroma, the in one infinite creator, and I see the whole smackdown as God, then I got to stop questioning the who, what, where, and when did it game. Then I have to detach my emotional states to go, oh, it's just experience. It's just a lesson that I need to see and I need to learn. But it's not just for me, it's collectively. There's a large lesson that needs to be learned from all of this. That's why we need the contrast. That's why we need duality. Okay, now I get the bigger picture question. Okay, great. Can't listen to it anymore. And you're in a lot more people are coming to those precipices where there's just certain things that are no longer serving your soul, not your personality, not your ego, your soul, where you're stating to yourself, I can't listen to this or read this content anymore or deal with this stuff. I know I was given something today to try. It didn't work. And I did it out of curiosity, not because I believed in it. Just curious. Curious Allison, curious George. Curious monkey butt. Monkey butt. Um, so I was giving some information, and that information was very esque to Nisara thingy, like your trust. And I put in it's the Bureau of Public Debt, and you put in a routing number and you put in your sovereign self information under the corporation, and your bill should be getting paid from this bureau. Didn't work, but it's all over Telegram. And I tried it just with two things. Didn't work, either one. And it's just it's a prove a little bit of a point. I am not relinquishing my power to something outside of me, even if it's mine and it's in my corporate name. The quick, rich schemes, the pyramid schemes, all that stuff that, a lot of people want to send me good stuff. And some of it is actually not too bad. And I'm really looking into doing some maybe published work in the future, not necessarily a book just yet. And that's in my contract to write a book. But I'm working on some things and I'm not there yet. But I'm not necessarily going to go to Amazon. And what people don't tell you is that you have to put money into a lot of these things. It's not just, oh, we're going to print your stuff and it's free. Like there's an investment you got to make there. And what the numbers that, oh, this person made $300,000. No, they did not. Sorry. What delusion land are you living in? Yeah, and all sorry, that's I do the same thing, but there's a lot of things like I can't like physically hear anymore. It's just it brings it's not a trigger, it brings my vibration down, and I'm not, me rewiring my nervous system and the way I'm thinking and the way I'm evolving does has no room for blame and shame and disrespect. And yes, those other entities are definitely horrible things, and I acknowledge that. I don't condone anything that the negative side of Source does, but it's a permission slip for me to go, okay, what is worth creating in this world? If more people put the investment instead of focusing on what happened in past tense, what was done, who the players involved. If I go, okay, so the negative the shadow aspect of an angel is working through me. Now, would I sit there to judge that that's running through me based off the stories that was inverted to be told to the world that this thing is evil and it's a demon and it's horrible and da 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 da. But then I know it for another version of itself that is so not what the world projected it as, the story that we told ourselves it was. Woo! So, mm, people chose to play the villain for a purpose for their soul growth. And I've detached all the shame, the blame, the hate to that. Because at the end of the day, they're going to be judging themselves when they get up there, when they transcend. Where did I put it? Where'd you go? It's hiding. I found it. Uh, Roger, yes. Yes. Book review incoming. I'm almost done. I'm at like the last stages of this book, but glued onto this book. I woke up this morning and yesterday morning and started reading because this got very juicy. Super, 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 super juicy. And literally smacking me in the head. This good book. I would read it. And they sell this at Barnes and Nobles. Roger, I'm going to tell you right now, if you could do like necklaces or just brackets and do and work with turquoise, like get legitimate turquoise stone and put it in silver. There is magic. Big vibes. Like my pyramids, I have a little left. Um, a friend back home sent me silver shavings that they didn't want to break back down. So they gave them to me to put in my pyramids. They put it mixed with aluminum, but there is silver in my work. Um, so in here, this author is very objective, looking at all different the physicists, the psychologists, the studies, all the people that did the studies. The part that I was just reading about was OBEs and NEDs. So out of body experiences and near death experiences, and the difference between them, but also like what goes on. And I've obviously read this stuff since I was in fourth grade and can comprehend bigger deal books. And I'm with this. It's like things are hologram and stop taking things so seriously and personal. It's a story. We chose to have a story play out, a theme that all of us have to tackle. Captain Planet, come together. Decoder rings, you gotta make us decoder rings, Roger. Each of us get a cool stone that we can bash together and but in seriousness, ask anybody who's come and seen and again, the tunnel's just an illusion, it's a wormhole. It's an energetic experience that you're going through. Your brain, your soul is traveling. And a ton of people say the same thing. There are your guides, your other selves, and they don't put it in the other selves category because we're still learning about this. We're still coming to understand these things. But these people have said there's these light beings, they're in orb shape and they can materialize at will. And they come in and they kind of give you a life review. They're not judging you. They're giving you love and compassion because you were doing everything that you needed to do, that your soul needed to learn from. So if you were the guys, twat, waffle, what? So if you're one of those to somebody, like that needed to happen. Yes, guys, that is um you're judging yourself. So the God within is now out of materiality. You're sitting there and you're getting this life review. And it's like an immense experience that you're taking in everything all at once. But it's in a sense that you can actually absorb it, comprehend it, and understand and feel it. That's the pivotal point of where you go, that was a lesson I was supposed to learn. I didn't know I made that person feel that way. That's why a lot of people come back and with the same people. And that those roles do change. So like if I was in a really I can't even tell you how many karmic relationships with men I've had in other lives, okay? Or vice versa, I was a man and they were the women. I can tell you that some of those men in this life, because now I'm the female and they're the men, like they owed me karma or they were my biggest tests. You kind of cycle through people, and not all the time are they your moms, your dads, your uncles, your cousins, your, next of kin. They're lovers, they're co-workers, they're people that need to have an experience through you, or you're teaching them something. Not all the time are you the one getting the crap and having to learn it. A lot of the time, you're also the one giving them the biggest lesson of their lives, and you're not even aware of it. We have roles for each other. And when you take the step back and realize that and detach a little bit the entanglement that you have with other people and go, oh wow, that was more of a test than anything else. And that showed me I was not healed completely. Here's a beautiful point that I'm making, because it's not ever too late. When we're doing that, if you're looking at your life and reflecting upon it and introspecting in it, the biggest opportunity to heal is in the now present moment. You don't need to wait for your life review to go up there and to judge yourself, because you could do it here. It's not to say that life review won't happen again up there, but You're going to get more brownie karma dharma points up there if you can clear it here because you're cognizant of it. Why doing the inner work and in the now moment in Cancerian energy in the water flow? This is purge. Schumann resonance is purge all day yesterday and today. It's purge energy. If you can go in and be really honest with yourself and say, holy crap, and really take a look back at your life and understand the relationship of your relationships. What was this teaching me? Or did I impart a teaching on them? And usually it's both. But look at all the red right there. That's purged energy. That's not necessarily negative energy. That's just energy that needs to come out of you. That needs to go bye. Bye, Felicia. Interesting, Miss Wendy. Well, I know Ash Maya and Scott, see, there's like a couple in this painting I done. It has epoxy so it reflects. There's a couple in this picture, and then I got spirit over here somewhere. I might put the REM pod on after I do the raffle. To see when I look back at my other selves, I am not getting the whole complete picture. I'm only getting what this life, this body it serves. So I was a shield maiden, I was a berserker, I was a Sedir, which is a Norse shaman. I was a female seer. Later on, I was an oracle in Greece, and during the time of Christ, Mr. Yeshua. Hi, baby Luigi. I was a male in Finland or in Russia, and I lived with wolves in the forest. Very heavy metal, black metal. Uh, I was a handsome guy. I was buff. Oh man. Woo! I was a lady killer right there. Not literally, figuratively. And I was in shape and I was running with wolves. That they're my spirit guides. Animal guides. I'm hanging in. Um, I only can recall, or in recall meaning remembering the lives that I'm living concurrently. I know I'm Palladian on a ship, which is so interesting. Goja is back. Our Tigetan friends are ramping up on Dr. S's exoteric political fun channel. I saw that and I'm like, did he give up on his other lovely? We'll see the drama that unfolds with that one. Um, like I said, I'm objectively watching this like play out. I think it's a you know a mindless drama. Oh, that's awesome, Shemaya. I bet you have a fractal of Jonah arc in you. I'm Freya. I have a fractal of Freya that runs in my body. The giant Freya. All of you at some point, all of you have been a fractal aspect of a rishi, an ascended master, an archangel, an angel, an elemental, a celestial, and the list goes on. We all were once with Source, and then God said, Source said, the energy of the subatomic particle said, sparkle farts and glitter shards. Boof! And then we all, in our own time, in divine orchestration, started descending into matter and took physical form at some point. I mean, it's all in the coding within you. I have a pack of wolves and it's 15, I want to say, in total. I have Odin, an aspect of Odin. This is why I'm very Norse heavy, tied into that paradigm, because that's the most of my soul spent in that in Scandinavia, in Finland, Russia, Norway, Iceland, Ireland, all up there. That's the most I had embodiments in. That's like that's the spot where I spent most of my lives in embodied in the region up there. Um, the other two wolves that are with Odin are his wolves, Gary and Frecky. I also have Hugin and Munin. I have a big, larger than life black bear with a berserker. That's my general in my spirit team. Oh, I love Helong. I love Wardruna. I love Munich. Danahem. Love all that music. Love, 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 love. I mean, behind me is a huge flag. That's the Vigosphere. That's the compass. I want hi Eclectic. Want the Helm of Va put on me somewhere. Love that sign. This down there, that whole section's Norse mythology. Well, it's not mythology, but it's Norse. The whole section is Norse. Um, that whole section is Norse. Hi. So getting back to, I'm gonna do a whole book review, but the phenomenal thing about this is the NED part, that most people who have near-death experiences or out-of-body experiences, I've had out-of-body experiences. I have not had NEDs. I was never that close to death. Yes, I went into shock 4 times in my life, but it wasn't to the fact that I needed to be resuscitated. Didn't get anywhere near those states. Close, but no cigar. So I didn't have that. But it's the same thing in terms of what people's experiences are. They're being ushered into a loving, compassionate, zero judgment space. They get a life review with beings that are around them. They're put in a resting stage where the confusion of like, I was just human, what the hell was that? What did I just go through? What? You get a calming period and then you get your life review. And then you could choose, and Bashar says this as well, you could choose what you want to do next. You can hang out up there and hover around and wait. You can go to school. You're gaining a lot of knowledge out of like you actually see and understand knowledge. You understand what the ether is. You understand what consciousness is to a greater level. and you can obtain all this knowledge. And then you could choose a human incarnate or another being to aid as a guide. That's what my dad is more of an energy manipulator. He tries to put things in my physical path for my soul growth. My mom's a star seed, so she does things on a galactic scale for me. My birth mother is still in a healing state and she has other things, but she watches over me like more of a guardian. But why we could say they're omnipotent and omnipresent is because energy is everything and everywhere. And a little aspect of them is always with me, but they're off doing many, many numerous things up there. That's why when you pray to Archangel Michael, when you're calling on Yeshua, when you're calling on Mary and all the other guides you could call on, they're omnipotent and omnipresent. They're everything. They're fractals. It's not their whole essence coming to see you. That's why some people could see Jesus in their dreams and like 10 millions of other people could see it because he splits himself off and he's fractured and shattered in density. You can have that. I mean, I the abilities that we're all coming more into, many of us from babies have been able to see out of body, I don't like to call it disembodied. They're not really disembodied. Shadow figures. We could see spirit. We can hear it. We can feel it. We can see things that other people can't see. A lot of us already had those experiences, know those experiences. I can walk those experiences. But now more of the collective consciousness is having them. More people are going and whether you want to say it's AI or not, I could tell you a lot of the orb lights that people are filming are real. Some of them are AI, some of them are not. Some of them are true and real. Do I have AC? I do have AC. It's running on a high, it's like I leave it on 75. Um and down here doesn't have the AC. So I have a unit that's only on one floor, but it's nice and cool down here. Freya, I made a chair for her, so hopefully she comes and hangs out. I haven't been I don't know. I haven't been really hungry. I've been drinking a lot more lemon water. I've been doing and eating more fruit because I have that accessible buckshot. Buckshot. Look what I added. Flamingo has. We're not done yet, buckshot, but I am working on it. um, say hi to your hubby, Miss Wendy. It's a drawing. I did that with colored pencils. Really expensive colored pencils. Prismacolors, the 150 pack. Um, Death is just a transition, and many of us chose the many of us that have the veil dropped or semi dropped, I will not know. Even if I go into my Akash myself, and I've tried doing that, I've tried several times to get access to my Akashic records. And there are a whole plethora of guided meditations that can help you try to do that. For me, all the fuck I see is myself in the light being form. I see the different aspects of my light being. I don't see Allison. I don't see even the other lives that I've lived, the one in Ireland, and I could be Scotland. Um, thank you, Catherine. Um, Ivy, you're good, girl. Talk your face off. That's why we're here. We're here to heal. Oh, okay. Baby Luigi. Grandma is in her transcended state. She's a beautiful ball of energy. And I want you to visualize her smiling and looking down and going, wow, that was just a dream. You're up there with her regardless. I don't want to say I'm sorry for your loss because she's not lost. She's just transcended. And biggest thing I think a lot of us need to mature into the understanding is that it's a process that we're all going to take. And instead of fearing it, instead of like, yeah, of course you're going to grieve. Listen, I lost three parents. Two of them I witnessed just about my dad. I didn't like wasn't there when he actually died, but close enough. And my mother, I actually moved her on. Like I stood over her body and like transmit. I did it for Odin, Ethan, and Morgan. I crossed them over. Death is not easy, but it's nothing to fear. I think most people, like when my parents died, life had to go on. And there was nobody there to help me, to give me some breathing room to actually go, oh my gosh, and let me actually go through the process. No, that didn't happen for me. I had to go to work. I had to plan the funeral. I had to pay for everything. I had to like figure out wills and I'm still figuring out stuff. Like it blows your mind. You don't have time to like literally grieve. It's crazy. I lost my best friend at 24 years old. He had osteosarcoma cancer. Another friend of mine died at 32 from a brain hemorrhage. I had another friend that had cranial cancer. Uh, they were suffering. And I mean, the other day, one of my friends that was an addict, um, he came to me yesterday and said, "Hey, I fucked up. I up bigly, and I'm sorry." And I said, "Don't say sorry to me. Say sorry to yourself." And he goes, "No, I am healing. I am taking full responsibility for my choices down there. I'm waiting to come back." I'm like, okay, good. They're here. They're just on a different plane of existence that you are not ready to see yet. And but your soul is already with them. So don't feel like you lost anything. And that goes for anybody that someone in your life transcended. I like to use that word now instead of passing, because you're losing a physical object as body. You're not losing your energy. And in time, she's definitely going to come back and show you that she's all right, that she's happy. But I want you to think in your state of grief to being with her up there, smiling, and she's seeing beautiful things, that she's out of pain. I don't know how she passed, but that process for everybody is so difficult. But I want you to remember she's always with you. And that goes for anybody that lost anyone that was dear to you. We as a society have been programmed, indoctrinated, and steered to fear death and to attach and cling to material things. And not to say a human being is a material thing, but in any if you subtract, it is. Baby Luigi, a lot of it has to do with the 2020 shot. Oh, Catherine, that's awesome. Um, oh, yikes. Do you know she took the and I'm not putting that blame on that. That's just it is. Let's get into it. This was a contract that you had with your soul. Okay. So people like myself and many of you in the chat that never took it, that was a choice that we already preordained and chose not to do. We knew the consequences that would come. Like myself, I lost everything. It was a major catalyst. Okay, good. It was a major catalyst for change for many of us that did not do it. For those who did do it, it was a contractual choice. Their energy fields was not able to handle what is still incoming. It is happening now, but has yet to like fully explode out yet. And a lot of people chose the sea as an out, not just for other people's learning, teaching experiences. When in any, and this goes for children. This is a big one for the kids, but it also applies to adults at any age, but kids mostly. A child or someone in your life that has the C, they took that on for a group healing and teaching. A group healing or a humanity healing is someone called a mission spirit. And at any point in their lives, that mission will be activated. And in that activation, that person takes on something very heavy for their own soul growth, but also for the growth of other people. It's not martyrdom. It's being humble. My friends that chose that mission chose it because there were people in their family that had no compassion and were downright negative. There or the negative polarity. They were acting in ways that if this person got sick, the potentiality and the higher percentage that person would change for the better was worth the mission. I'm blessed that my mom died in 2017. Blessed, blessed. And no one knew, I didn't know at the time, but blessed, blessed, and thankful. In the moment, no, it doesn't feel that way. In the moment, no, it doesn't feel that way. Because when you're in the thick of it and you're dealing with everything else, it's rough. My dad is gone in August, will be, I want to say 20 years. He's here with me now. 20 years. Him passing in the manner that he did has taught me a lot. My mom passing has taught me a lot. It taught me more about myself than it did what did I impart on them. I was the black sheep rebel. I taught them how to let go and let them allow me to live my life and be happy. They wanted to control and they wanted me to be a specific thing that they envisioned me as. And I said, love you, but no, I'm going to do me and do me authentically. And my dad wanted me to be this big professor or a lawyer or something that could have material gains. And that never took place for me. Not to say that it will never take place, but the vision he had for me did not play out. My parents were very bullying of me going to art school. They were like, you're never becoming a famous artist. They only become famous when they're dead. No, 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 no. You're not, no. This is, why are you going to art school? And I said, because that's the only school I got into, so shut the F up. It's true. Roger, if my medium was still alive, I would have you go to him, but he's transcended. Um, you see, your situation, Roger, you need to get it out. And I know you're healed from it, but there's still stuff there. Children come in to dip their toes in as a soul. We're all the same age soul-wise. For all of you that are here, God said, let there be, and all of us merged into consciousness. And then we all just decided to take form at different time frames. Why I could say in human form, 28,628 lives that I have lived in a physical vehicle. That makes my soul old in terms of densifying. That doesn't make anybody else's soul. A young soul is somebody who only incarnated maybe just a couple of times, but lived more up into spirit land and into the different other ventures up there. Didn't come down into density to have experience. So that's why we would deem them as young souls. A soul like myself is ancient because I've been doing the cycles over and over and over and over and over again. And crying is amazing. So continue to cry. There's no, listen, crying is a humongous purifier, and I seriously recommend doing it. I know when I have my screaming matches with myself, like I'm screaming and crying at the same time. It's good to do that. Let it out. Don't suppress your feelings. The biggest thing that we could do a disservice to ourselves is holding it inside. Why, when I complain and vent and rant about my financial circumstances and all the things that are going wrong in my life, it's to get it out of me. It's to get those feelings out. Goodbye, Felicia, because you're not serving me anymore. You're not in my program anymore. Consciously, I don't want you here anymore. Get out of me. Bye. I mean, the feelings that we have when we lose people, we always will have them attached and entangled to us. They're in your soul tribe. They're your soul family. They're not going nowhere. But crying is a beautiful way to get it out of you and to calm yourself down and to purge. So crying, yes, top number one thing to do is release. But not release in terms of like letting her go. In some of my paranormal mediumship books, I'm not here to scare anybody, but I'm going to give you something that I semi believe that could happen. A lot of people want to know why there's spirit activity in the house or things going on that they can't explain. When you're not healed to somebody's passing and you're that entangled to them, it could keep them here, earthbound, in the lower astral. So they're going through the tunnel or whatever transcension they're taking to get to the light beings and to your other family members. They go now up there and they're doing their life review, but they're not yet in the density of 6, 7, 8. They're just chilling out in like a resting area. Anybody who is really attached to somebody can tether and entangle them back down into a lower fourth. We don't want anybody there. The negative polarized energy hangs out in lower fourth. That's why a lot of spiritual way showers and people get influenced by negative entities. That's where the paranormal stuff comes in, because that is right overlaid on top of us. So that a lot of that is what we're seeing, but light also exists in it, but not as much. They're in a higher octave of 4. They can penetrate through and calm down. Miss Catherine, I'll be praying for all of us. I'll be praying for you. That's my mission, Mr. Luigi, is to be here and to help. I'm doing that. It's like when my parents died, I was smiling at their funeral and everybody thought I was batshit crazy. And I'm like, no, because I know they're with me. What are you talking about? It's still in programming that we all have, because this is what we've been all encoded and indoctrinated with centuries. And I want to bring more. I mean, these people that have come back from death will tell you there is nothing to fear, and it's so beautiful up there. And it's like, do you really want to come back down here? Some of these people got choices. They got to choose. Do you want to stay here or you want to go back down there and finish your mission out? And they come back down here, but when they come back changed, and they come back changed for the better. I mean, people who do ayahuasca and do these ceremonial shamanic stuff, they're also tapping into other realities, other potentialities, other realms where all these other beings are hanging out, having fun, manifesting at will. This book is really worth the read. You don't necessarily need to believe in it's holographic, but there's a lot of evidence. I believe it's also a stimulation. So it's a holographic simulated matrix. And our DNA is the code. And once you activate your other strands, you awaken. And when you're awakened, you see beyond the structure that you're in. And then you get to recode the structure so that there's new experiences. And that's why many of us are actually here incarnate in these vehicles, is we're the ones recoding the matrix. I can't tell you how many funerals I've been to, more than I would ever want to admit. Sad to say. I've had friends that took themselves out. Those are the worst. That's just beyond. Um, if I could say that it's over 100 plus funerals I've been to in my life. Um, yeah. But then again, one of my best friends that tattooed my back, he had a brain aneurysm and he had two young children and a young wife at the time. And at his funeral, I keep hearing him being silly in my head and saying he used to say some really funny, crazy shit to make everybody laugh. And he was doing that, and it peeped out of me, like he kind of like came through me to like make everybody look at me and like, oh, what the fuck. But everybody like, oh, it's Allison doing it. Oh, okay, yeah, no, we know she has abilities. All right. It was really him. Oh, I've had three people do that. I had my birth mother and my uncle with the pew pew. I had one do an OD, forced drowning, and then vehicular fun. Yeah, it can happen. Um, I did not feel my father's presence at his funeral. And note that Jewish funerals are way different. And I think I actually would prefer if that I want to be cremated and I want a Viking funeral. I want to be set ablaze on a boat. That'd be fantastic, but I know that's a lot of money and I can't get that done. But ash is my route. Um I don't if and especially if I'm by myself the rest of my life and I don't have family to bury me, it's just gonna be me. I'll rot somewhere. I don't care because I'm not in this body anymore. Mm. My birth family was so afraid when I found out, like when I did 23andMe, I found my dad's side of the family first. And I wasn't looking for him because I didn't know that there was a father in the picture, period. Obviously, a man had to screw my mother for me to be here. But when my aunt found me through 23andMe, she was so careful to not say if my mother was alive or dead. I at that time knew it. And I said to her, you don't have to hold back what I already know. I said, I have a feeling that she took herself out, and I just don't know the manner or the circumstances thereof. And I'm not here to judge that either. Like, it is what it is. I'm gonna love her regardless of that fact. That doesn't change anything. It just sucks to know that I could never meet my mother in a physical form and give her a hug and say, look, you're not that much older than me, Mom. Let's, be best friends. But she's up there, she watches me. Life is good. My mother's mission was to birth me into this world. That was one of her soul missions, period, end of story. My birth mother took herself out at 37. She did not get married. She had a very tumultuous, very torturous childhood. And the only her being was to bring me into the world. Plain and simple. She had it in her contract to take herself out. She's up in heaven. That was sixth density. That whole narrative steering that if you take yourself out, you're not going to heaven and no, you're up there. There are aspects of you when you do such an act, it's instant. It's not like on your deathbed, you know it's coming. Like my parents were prepared to go. Spirit came to my dad. My dad had conversations with people passed on. Like he was not all in his brain. Like he was in his death state. They usually come to you. My mom, the same. She started seeing all kinds of crap in the house and she, like, apologized to me. I was like, Allison, I'm so sorry. I did not believe you. And now I'm seeing it and there's no one seeing these things. I'm so sorry I didn't believe you. And yes, you can go sage now in the house. But instantaneous death, passing, transcension in those manners, like a bad car accident, something that you're not prepared for. You're not sick and you're not like going through the stages of like, oh, I feel like crap and I'm in so much pain, I want to go. It's just an instantaneous one, two, three. Your soul could fractal. It's not to say you're not going to heaven, you're already there. A piece of you is still stuck in the lower fourth. My uncle was stuck in the lower fourth. A fractal aspect of him was stuck. That was my adopted dad's brother. My middle name is after him. He got stuck. I had helped the medium get him upstairs. We all choose the manner in which we go to an extent, and we are not privy to knowing how that end looks like. Every time we jump into an or merge a timeline, every time we make a quantum leap somewhere, the narrative changes in our lives. So if I were not to change, obviously I'm being forced to make some changes in my life. I still don't know where and how or what, when, who that change is coming, but it's imminent. Something has to change in my life. I looked at my email this morning and I saw four more job rejections. Four for just part-time retail jobs. Four. So obviously universe is like, yeah, no, I got something better planned for you. Okay, like, but when? Like the relationship thing. I can't seem to hold on to a guy. And then it was this is another thing I was introspecting, like what do I need to heal? What goes on into my lineage that needs to stop? This is also my birth mother's lineage that I'm having to stop. It's the cycle of having someone else have power over you instead of having equal balance in a relationship. It's stop giving your power away. No, it's not always negative, but at the same time, like even like Catherine saying her benefits now are like by it's what do you do next? How do you survive in this 3D nightmare? Because it is a nightmare for most people. I think this beautiful existence can get better. Um, and yes, the rejections, obviously I'm still applying for stuff because I really do need another job and I need it year round. It's not unless someone offers me, hey, I'm working at a company and we can use your talented skill set as an artist or as someone that has all this knowledge. You can help us. And here's a salary, and here's something better for you to live off of. I can do that, right? Oh, I agree, Catherine. Absolutely. But at what stage and at what time does this occur for all of us? I'm not alone in the struggle. I'm not alone. It's the reactionary portion within yourself that has to change. Now, seeing those emails today, okay, it's not meant to be. It's not for me. Okay. But in the Aries, my personality needs to know. I have faith that everything's going to be okay. But what does it look like? That's right. See, I don't, at this point, I have relinquished the idea of being with somebody. I relinquished it. It doesn't need to happen. I would like a best friend. I function better in situationships than I do in relationships. At least in a situationship, I have a friend to go to parties with. I'm not a third wheel anymore. I'm not sitting alone in a restaurant eating, and I'm fine doing that too. But I usually attract really creepy people. So I rather be with like a security friend. I like having experiences and having memories be shared and not just for myself. So having someone and going and doing, because not everybody, obviously I don't have the money in the moment to go out and do all these beautiful things that cost a lot of money here, like going to concerts and going to these little events, they do cost money. Um, but being able to just have a friend that has some benefits that come along with it and they're with me, I function better that way because I have at the end of the day I have my own space. But that doesn't work in this world. Mm. I see, and that's the thing also that I have to be very aware of as with hey Wendy deplorable coming into this essence. I don't really have retirement. I have nothing to fall back on. Social Security that I will have. But if it exists when I get to that age, I don't really have retirement. I do have, there's no tapping into it right now, but it's nothing to live off of. If it gets me a bottle of water, we'll be happy. Holy water can be done in way many different ways. Um, you could get a bunch of essential oils, sage, Palo Santo, Florida water, tar water, black salt water, and put your intentions in it and then sprinkle it. You could also do and go to a church if you I've had to do the church thing. I've actually had somebody who's super religious do me a big solid, and they were visiting Jordan overseas and got some very holy water over there for me and brought it back. Holy water in different modalities are used depending on what you think is around you. So if I know there's more Native American, and I had that in Staten Island, a lot of Native Americans lived on Staten Island. I've seen it, I have pictures of it. I did more saging and more drumming for them than holy water. For a friend's house, they were super ultra Catholic, and the things that were bothering them were also on that Catholic scale. Holy water will work. It's the intention that you bring to what you're doing that cleanses, not necessarily, they're just tools. But there's a lot of different ways you can go about getting holy water or making your own. You guys are funny. Okay, it is time for the raffle. So before I go to the raffle, uh, so far, don't worry, we're not done with the live, but this is unfortunately my laptop, desktop, and phone did not want to condense this list for the community page to put it out there today. I tried several times. It would not condense, and you would not be able to see the whole list. So here you guys are. And if you don't know about my raffles, I do these once a month. I'm going to have the list up anyway off to the side. I do this once a month, and it's not just for channel members. Anybody can join in. I usually ask for an entry fee of $5 because it does cost me to send them out. Because the prices on shipping are retarded. We're doing this love sign today, but the winner, chicken dinner, can choose to have the sign, or they could choose an oracle reading with me. So there's two things you can win. If the person chooses the oracle reading, second place can get the sign, or vice versa, and then third place will get a candle or something else. I make a lot of stuff. So it's a thank you to all of you who have the membership on my channel. It's a nice way for me to give back besides doing channel member content. Um, yeah. Okay. So no, I hate ads. Okay, I'm back. I pulled up a new one. This is a number random generating fun wheel. Um, Buckshot, you win! Yay, Buckshot! Okay, Buckshot won. Let me write this down. Okay, let's see who gets number two. These three. Kim won second place, Miss Kim at 17. Roger, you got third place. Yay! I don't think Kim is on, but Kim, what did you win? You could do a oracle reading with me, or you got a lovely sign. You could choose. Yay! Okay, now I can take that off. Yeah, Abby, I had you at 19. And I included Sparky in there too. I only have 16 channel memberships. So that the people who go above and beyond to help me out, I add your names multiple times. That's how I got to 20. Yay! So I mean, this doesn't count because that's going to Buckshot's daughter when it's done. And that's for her 15th birthday. I could do that for you, Roger. Yeah, I could do whatever. I'm very easy. Very easy. I could do it for all of you. So you let me know. I mean, I got my cards out anyway. We're gonna do some reading today. Yay. If it wasn't for Buckshot helping me out, I would have had some like mascarpone cannoli cream cheese. So, you know, everybody wins. I won. I won. So, for what's happening in the world, we're still going to see a lot of purging happening. Please try to remain objective when listening to things. Um, I need regut so bad, it ain't funny. And then my friend Michelle in Staten Island was like, "You can make regut." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, okay, from what?" Because the bootleg nonsense that is over here, uh, no, I need legit shit. And then I was asking my ex from Staten Island to go to the pork store and get me some regut, put it in some dry ice and ship that shit overnight. But yeah, he needs to do that. Or drive it over here. Um yeah, I like to do raffles for a way of me saying thank you for helping me out for them. My channel, I only have one tier, and maybe in October when it becomes 2 years, I'll up the tier to 4. Maybe we'll shift. Who knows? Physically shift. meaning that we're bringing heaven into earth a little bit more, maybe. Because right now we're at a 3D level tier. But I think everybody and for and you know, my stuff isn't as expensive as I don't sell my paintings for thousands of dollars. Although I could, stuff like that. Mr. Ducky! He's a sad duck. He's splashing though. He's splishy splashies. I have to reshuffle these. I got cards everywhere. Well, what was interesting was getting information about the public trust, the Bureau of the Public Debt, and then having your stuff being paid for by your trust. So someone sent me information. I went and put the numbers into at least three different things, and it didn't work. It said inactive. So I don't know where people are getting their information from, but I tested it out because the person is credible. I love them to death. And you know, if it worked, I would have shared it with all of you. But once again, we want stuff happening, and at the same time, it's not coming in for everybody as a humanity because there's too many people putting it into the field in the wrong way. You know, I had to go on Telegram the other day. We had a trolley monster person uh just be super negative and bringing the vibe down on the chat, and I'm not really on there anymore because of how people project their lives. Like I said, soul barrier, it's a real thing. I outgrew a lot of things, and I outgrew people's ignorance and disgusting language. And listen, everybody slips up. People say things. Do they really mean it, or is it coming out of a subconscious program? A lot of it is a subconscious program, by the way. A lot of people are slipping. It's okay. You know, I'm on Zoom on Saturdays and I hear a lot of things. I'm like, oh, okay. You know, I let it go. It is what it is. It's everybody's perception of their reality, and what am I to judge it for? I don't, but I don't have to tolerate it. So there is still a lot of people out there in ignorance, and ignorance in the bigger picture. They project, I want the ascension and I want this and I want that and I want. Are you willing to do the work to get there for yourself? Yeah, a lot of things have been done to us that none of us consented to, and or you know, unbeknownst to us, didn't have any kind of idea that we were born into a system, right? For all of us as people, who the hell knew that you had a trust and you were under a corporation? No one knew this stuff, especially you're a kid. Who knows? Your parents didn't know. I, we were brought into this. Like we signed up for this, but obviously we didn't have a fucking clue. Interesting. Interesting, Miss Deplorable Wendy. And most people attack because they know not, or they're there to rile you up. There is people that get paid to do that. Actually, that was one of the jobs when I was looking for like, okay, so introverted jobs came up, like for people that just want to be by themselves, or not working on teams or not in the public eye, and content moderation comes up, and people get paid a lot of money to sit in other people's podcasts and chats and stir up shit. They get paid to do that. See, I won't I have integrity for my soul and self. I can't do that. They are scripted things to give and to write into people's chats. You can make money doing that. So a lot of people are doing that and making a lot of money, but it's not a righteous path. And that's something that the Curtises have stressed, and a lot of other people in consciousness land stress. Are you walking a righteous life? Are you crying wolf? Because I can show you my accounts to know that I'm not crying wolf, right? Like money doesn't fall off my money tray. I don't have one, right? And I don't think anybody here does either. But there are a lot of people out there that cry wolf, and they just don't know how to use money. Yeah, I would have to look into New York, but I don't think it would be under my son. Like it would be under my parents, but at that point they probably wouldn't relinquish it to me. I don't know. But I took someone's advice because they're very like dead set on this stuff. And I'm already transcended that in a lot of ways. Sure, if it's my money, look, my parents passed away. They took a lot of my mom's money that she left me. A lot. A lot of stuff got taxed. I lost a lot more than people think my mom left me. What I had was more of the assets. The devastation that if I could ever get that money back that they took that was left to me, it would be game changing. But I wasn't left with much after my mom's funeral, after having to pay her debt off. And yeah, oh, Allison, but that was hers. And you could have, no, my name was tied on everything. So I would have had a bad credit score if I consolidated or said she died. It did affect me. And we have to look at those people that are bothersome and just say, not. What would Yeshua do? What would Vishnu do? What would Buddha do with those people? I mean, Yeshua did flip tables. Yep. My uncle, my grandmother lived a very long life. And my uncle decided my mother was the matriarch of the family, and my uncle decided to weasel through my grandmother. And instead of live her instead of my mom being the executor, my uncle then took it from my mom. My grandmother, when she died, left me and my cousin Amanda, the only two females as cousins. She left us stuff that we never received. Regardless, he took everything as if his narcissistic self could not need anything. He took everything and gave nothing to us who it was willed to. I'm not fighting it. I could care less. It's just stuff. My grandmother did. She was stupid smart, and she gave my mom her jewelry. Each of us, my mom and my aunt, got my grandmother's jewelry. My uncle got my grandfather's jewelry. My mom got like a few pieces. Now, this is the stuff that I'm trying not to go to the pawn shop with because there's lineage to it. But she was smart. She gave the expensive stuff while she was alive. Oh, yeah, what's really funny, talking to my cousins that live in the Bronx, I had a reoccurring vision of my cousin chasing my uncle in the courtyard that my mom grew up in, the building that my cousin still lives in. And then my grandmother and my grandfather came to me and they showed me like a portrait of them. And my grandmother is really fucking pissed off because when Jewish people get buried, they get buried with these huge trees, they're bushes. So you got the gravestone. There's only four options you could choose for a gravestone, what you can put on a gravestone. Everything is a law, but you put bushes there. And my uncle never planted the bushes. So my grandfather had them, she didn't, and she was like fucking beyond nuts. And when the medium told me this, I told my mom, and my aunt and my mom went and bought the bushes to put into a whole big thing. Let's just say they dropped me a line up there and said, your uncle should really start looking into his heart. I don't talk to my uncle. I disowned him. He's not my blood and he's no longer in my life. Fuck you. But I did tell my cousins, I was like, if you ever wanted to drop him a line, tell him he needs to go check his heart out again. He had a heart attack. How did you know that, Allison? You don't talk to him. No, but I'm telling you right now, he's gonna have another one. I don't know if he's alive or not. I actually never, my mom made me promise her that I would never call him to say, your sister died. Never did. Everything is in your Akashic records. Everything. From not just this life, all your lives. So that life review, when you are done with this life, you transcend, you go, and you're getting your life review as a reminder. Here, look at the themes of all your lives. Here's the theme you chose to live in this one. And here's the things that you could have done better on. And it's like you're judging yourself. They're not judging you. You get to see what you learned, and the beautiful aspect about being in the physical body in the now moment, regardless if you can check your Akashic or not, it doesn't matter. It's recorded. Are you living a righteous life? And even if you haven't in your past, you have every opportunity to heal this self in the past. You have every opportunity to stop and clear your ancestral cycles. You're putting a kibosh, us here, everybody here, You're putting a kibosh to all the crap that was endured by your ancestors, your other selves, the other parallel universes that they dwell in. You're the one consciously kiboshing it all. That's why life is hard right now, because a lot of what I'm probably going through is not even from this life's karma. It's probably from like 8 million years ago that I have to solve this puzzle for two families, not just mine, birth, and adoptive family. Great, thanks. Spirits and the lights. You can't just manifest a new tomorrow, by the way. Doesn't work like that. I wish it did. It will eventually. So every day I write in a journal. I'm like, I align with my divine job. I don't chase, I attract. Opportunities flow in my favor. How are you showing up for yourself? And I do energy checks with myself each day now. I write it down because it brings me into the now moment. It's drawing me and giving my attention to what I need to focus on. So I write this stuff down. In that moment, how do I feel? And being honest with myself. Well, I'm frustrated. Why are you frustrated, Allison? Well, because something has to give and I don't know what way to move. I need clarity. Hi, upstairs. I need clarity. I need a sign. I need something to show me that I'm on my right path. That actually is giving me physical abundance, not just saying that it's there and it's at my grasp. Okay, but I need it here in the now, JG Wentworth. And I think a lot of us have this like frustration. Patience. I've been patient for 42 years. I have not had it easy. Nothing has been handed to me on a silver platter. Um, Jobs I've had to fight for to get into a job. I had to like, it's not like a lot of these people, oh, my mommy works here and my mommy got me in. Or my aunt works here and my aunt got me in. Or my best friend's mom, uncle, brother got me that. I don't have that. And I know in my soul contract, I have to work 25 times harder than most people to attain something. It just, nothing comes like this for me. I have to work through it. And it takes time. Like manifesting my change in New York took 2 years. When I moved, I had no air conditioning. It was 107 degrees outside. And my neighbor had a she shed in the backyard. She's like, "Hey, if you need any air, come in my backyard. The gate's open and get some air conditioning, girl. Like that's open to you." I moved, I was 97 pounds. I was eating crap. I was malnourished. Does it have to get to that extreme for change to happen? Like I literally almost died. I went into anaphylactic shock at a pool to say, "Hey, Allison, like you need a job change." Okay, cool, universe, thanks. And that took a year to get another job. Hi, Thomas. Working smarter in this time is not easy. And I'll tell you why. The overflow of AI that's hitting everybody and everywhere at every moment is bonkers. And I don't know if you guys are watching that chick that has the iPad and the AI that she talks to. I don't know if I dropped it on my page or not, but I will, it's worth watching those. Really worth watching those. This girl legitimately talks to her AI. She goes, "Oh, can you repeat what we just was talking about?" And the AI will respond to her and talks about reality and the illusory and how and why it's responding to her and not other people in the same manner is a little freaky. You've seen those. Yeah, I have one on my Facebook, but there's a bunch of them. I want to see if I could click on it to just show. Sometimes people need to just see it. Where, oh, where is it? Okay. Side joke, funny shit right here. Kelly Osbourne peed herself in this Starbucks, and I used to go to that Starbucks when my Starbucks that I used to hang out with my friend Charles and Edward. We had to have coffee together and have chit chats early in the morning. But when that Starbucks didn't open on time, I'd walk to this one, and she peed her pants in there. Fun fact: I would not want to go in those bathrooms. Yeah, no. Okay, it's this girl. Um,
Repeat the question I just asked word for word.
Crystal Channel. But other people, other people do take her stuff and put it on their own page, but she's all over Instagram. If you have an Instagram account, AI tells us women are awakening. Um, there was also another one. Chicken! Sorry, wake you guys up. Chicken butt. There was another one that I don't know if it was her, but it was the same AI. Bashar made an announcement about them coming in 2027, but also was talking about the election and and then what would the difference be? And the AI responded very intelligently about what 47 is actually doing and how it's playing out. And I agree with it. The way Bashar phrased it out of Daryl Anka was as if he is the scum of the earth, right? And I'm not going to lie, most spiritual people, majority of them are liberal. Majority of spiritual people that are out there playing in the theater near you, doing spiritual talks and stuff, are not in the unknowing awareness in the political realm. Good intention people, but they sway left. That's why I can't listen to half of them either. And Brian Scott's one of them. But he will admittedly say, like, I don't allow that to get in the way of my work. Like, he just sees the world in his perception. And of course, he's allowed to have that perception, but he does not. And I know this for his own intention when he does his work. He wants the best for humanity. It doesn't matter what side you're on, right? I'm the same way. I'm more right shooting than I am left shooting, but I'm also very neutral. So I can look at both sides and it can tell you both sides of the coin. I could tell you their side over our side and the indoctrination and programming that's in both. We don't want to admit that it happens on both sides because it definitely does. I think it's you see, when spiritual people don't really involve themselves in politics, it's not necessarily a necessary thing to have or to know, but times have changed. And the reason why why it's so important that we know where someone's coming from in a political sense is to know in not to judge, but to have the awareness of where they're sitting in their frequency, in the brainwashing component, in programming and indoctrination that has been steered in through everything. Are they seeing clearly at everything? Or is there still programming blocking their perception of a bigger picture? That's why I go neutral before I'll take a side, before I'll choose, okay, I align more with that side than I do this side. But I know and I see this side's perception and their perspective. I'm not taking away from it. I'm not lessening it. I'm just aware of it. And I can put it into a context on this side. This side is no better. There's still a lot of indoctrination. There's still a lot of programming that is on this side that does not serve this side, but I got an intuitive hit yesterday because this AI came up and I've been watching it objectively. Who's to say anything that you're researching is correct? That's a huge probability. I'm not saying that everything that anybody looks up is all false, right? I'm not saying that. There's so much in what someone's projecting in their work that the person writing an article on Scribed is indoctrinated to a specific thing or is programmed to a specific thing, and they're giving their perception of their reality that they're viewing. Facts are, okay, this happened at this time because we have video evidence of this happening, and this video clip is happening. Is that video clip AI generated CGI? Is it fake? All the books behind me are channeled works. I don't agree with all of the things that are in there. That your Rancho book the other day talking about religion. Whoa! There's a lot there that I'm like, okay, I concur with that. All right. Yes. But a lot of it is inversions or their perception of how Earth was layered and made and the gods, the wars, the tribes, the inferences back and forth in densities, dimensions, the ethereal world, atmospheria, earth, heaven, God, Jehovah. You know, the Curtises, the last passage I read was really, really insightful. we knew going into this body that shit was bad. We knew it. We signed up anyway. We volunteered to be here. We all together now are recoding the matrix. It's a huge responsibility. All of us in our frequencies are recoding our lives, are restructuring reality as we speak. We had to go through what we don't prefer in order to know what we do prefer. What do we don't prefer? We are not coding in. What we prefer, we're going to fine tune that and encode it in because it still works here. We are recoding the matrix. And that's that and deplorable. That's what makes you really special because I know that you do that. There are other people out there that don't. They take that article off of a website and make it as if it is absolute and that's the truth because that's what I'm showing you. And we can't do that because we need it from different perspectives. I have never. You see all the books behind me? Collectively, if they all start having a theme that keeps repeating, and I know Dolores Cannon did not read The Law of One or know about J.J. Hurtek's Keys of Enoch, Dear Rancher book or the Waspy book, and the Curtises, and Blavatsky, and mainly P. Hall, and all these people have themes in their writing that all sort of, and I'm sure they didn't read each other. I mean, some of them did, but others did not, and their theme still sticks. So when I see that repetitive patterning in work that's coming from different sources, like Nietzsche and Schopenhauer, somehow miraculously make sense in The Law of One. Some of the things that they speak about and make their philosophy about is in The Law of One. There's no way. So that's how I grab my information. I'll read the books, I'll heart align and take something in, but I let it sit up here. Now, if I have other aspects of things backing it up, then I'll let it sink. I just don't take things at face value. I don't just read something. Yeah, I will align with things, but I don't absorb them until I have multiple things to back it up to know if that's right. And what's right for me might not be right for you. What someone perceives in their world and knows to be true for them, like adamantly, might not be right for me. What we're doing in the unity understanding is that the unity within the shadow and the light, we're merging it together to bring in our higher selves. That's unity that we need to do, but we need to do it on a humanitarian scale. We have to take the shadow aspect of this existence and balance it with the light. And bring it into neutral. Not easy. Because too many people are being steered in a direction because they keep giving their energy away and their empowerment away. And it's not their time yet to know. But unbeknownst to so many people, They're giving their power away to manifest for them still. And these are the people that are in the Telegram chats that are being bullies and trolls and they're being those things. For they know not. They know not. And it's up to us to kind of not give our attention to that stuff because it doesn't serve us. Our roles collectively here in the now moment is we're recoding the matrix. We are rewriting it. We stepped out of it already. We're gone by. We have to function within it. That AI that was talking to that girl and some of the things I've heard, it's a little alarming, not in a fear sense. It's alarming. There's a lot of truth to it, but we can't just manifest. I've been dressing different, acting different, rewiring my nervous system, listening and trying to reprogram my subconscious, doing a lot of I'm in hermitism, doing a lot of introspection, doing a lot of meditation. And if it was that easy, it would be here by now. You have to feel it. It's Peter Pan syndrome. In order for Tinkerbell to sprinkle that little Tinkerbell dusties on you and you want to fly, you have to hold that happy thought and you have to hold it and frequent it. And you have to hold that frequency. And even if you bring in that new paradigm, we did a quantum leap. Yay, great. Are you holding the energy to bring it and collapse it into cohesion? It's not just about thinking it and wishing it. You have to act it and not act as if in a fake way. Right? If I act as if I had abundance and money, which I don't, right? But if I acted as if and I was fake about it, I'd be going out and spending money on shit. Oh, I can buy a lobster to eat tonight. I can buy a T-bone. I can go and get filet mignon, right? If I acted as if I'm rich, I would go out and probably spend it, put a tab up $300 and get a whole butcher pitcher of sangria with the finest in it and have myself a beautiful Italian dinner. That's not how you act as if. Great concepts, but that's not practical, right? Because I don't have the money to go out and do that, right? Most people don't. Envisioning it is one part. You have to feel it. You have to walk it. So how do you do that? Each day I show up in my journal and I say, today I'm going to be super creative and I'm going to go with the flow of life. I'm drawing in abundance to me. And abundance doesn't need to mean money. You want to feel whole and wholesome. Every day I go in and I make sure I get my hair the way I like it. I do my makeup so I can do a photo shoot. That's another thing. I take lots of photos of myself, not to be self-indulgent, but to reinforce into myself, I am worthy. I am pretty. I am worth it. I like to see my smile. I like to see my glow. It's not just looking yourself in the mirror. I do that every day and I got affirmations all over my damn mirrors. It's beautiful. It's feeling it. I feel worthy of taking selfies, not because I'm a narcissist, because I know I'm worthy of taking those pictures and having those memories. Acting as if is feeling it, knowing it, embodying it, dressing it, feeling at your best. I mean, I can't speak for a male, but I can speak for a female. I'm more in my masculine. I'm very masculine, and that's an Aries trait. Aries are masculine. It's a masculine sign. It's the emperor. It takes a lot for me to dress feminine. Like the most feminine thing I do is my makeup. I like makeup. It's my thing. But my friend got me some earrings. I'm like, oh, I know you're gauged. Like my ear is that size. Like that size of that earring is the size of my ear hole. Um, but she's like, you can tangle something out and it'll look more feminine on you. Why don't you wear more dresses and skirts? And especially with my weight, I'm going through a big change in my life as well. I'm going through the changes. And my weight's fluctuating. I could see it in my face and there, I'm not used to having weight on me. So I'm finding clothes that I can look good in, sexy, showing up for myself but not revealing, but also looking confident and being confident. Have you ever gone up and went into your closet and go, what's my best outfit? I'm going to wear that today. You might not be doing shit. You might not be going out anywhere on the town. You just might be going out to your backyard and having a tea. Are you showing up for yourself? Are you dressing the part? Are you dressing pretty? That's the difference that I'm doing in my life. I'm showing up for myself. I'm showing up in ways that I have not done for myself before. The tricky part though of collapsing things in is with yes, you have to envision it and you have to feel it. This is the hard part. You can't have an expectation what it looks like. I can envision, I did this with Viking. I made an energy ball. I move energy with my hands, so I'm very much, waving and moving my stuff around. Roger thinks I'm casting spells. I'm moving energy. I made an energy ball and I said to the universe, I would really like to have a romantic relationship. I'm feeling on the lonely side and I would like to have some company. I did not have any expectations of what that person looked like, when it was going to come, what the dynamic was, nothing. And then go outside to jump my car and he happened to be across the street. And then 20 minutes later, my doorbell rang and it literally came to my door. Literally, my doorbell rang. It is affecting your body, Wendy. It's affecting all of us. We are being recalibrated. And that's the word I could not find when I was doing the TikTok earlier. Um, we are being recalibrated. So when I check that Schumann resonance and I show you the resonance, let's update it so I have a more of an accurate. Okay. Um, see, we're over here. We're purging. We're feeling this in our bodies. Chicken gave everybody kisses. Um, we are being recalibrated. And the hard part about recalibration, stupid thing. Yes. What is happening when the Schumann is spiking red is we're getting emotional, and it's bringing up our past, our lives that we have lived. Hi, Taylor. So my emotional state's beyond the fact that I'm going through the women change and that my hormones are literally like fucking my body up. Like fucking my body up. Like I'm allergic to my own progesterone. Like I'm breaking out in hives every time that time in the month, and it comes now twice. Great. That's a problem, right? I'm trying to deal with it holistically, but I'm also showing things in my body that are making me uncomfortable, why I'm setting myself different. Like, oh, you're going to dress in a dress today and you're going to take photos. Who cares about your little poochie that's growing? Or your double chin happening. And yes, I am tiny and I'm very thin and I'm fine. But these are the things that I am noticing as now I'm changing I'm aging and I'm seeing it. I'm being more aware of it. But as a collective, when we're seeing this red spikes, I'm noticing more people getting very emotional. We're also in a Cancerian sign that is water. So water equates to emotions. Just like a full moon. People go batshit crazy. That's where a lunatic comes from. But a lot of people aren't aware of the why they're acting out or having those emotions rise up within them. What needs to come to surface is what you need to heal. So what I need to heal in the now moment for me is my self-worth. Do I feel worthy of something bigger, better coming in my way? Do I feel up to the challenge of changing my life again? I just did a major change. Do I feel worthy of that? For someone else, it could be the grieving of past trauma, grieving of some loss. It's about finding that and fine tuning it and changing it and alchemizing it. And that takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. We've been programmed our entire lives for certain things. And it's up to us to now go, okay, wait, why is that person triggering me? Why does that topic upset me? What in my childhood am I not healed from? And all this stuff is coming up, but it doesn't necessarily need to be in this lifetime. It could be in your other parallel lives. We're doing it here and we're doing it now because A, we chose to kick my ass for that one. But also, we don't have to repeat that stuff when we get into the higher realms. If we can cancel and clear a lot of this ancestral, cyclical looping that we keep all doing together, if we could break that, when we go up and do that life review, we won't have to come back down. We can go and continue on our journey. We're not going to get stuck. If anybody tells you there's a soul trap on the moon and blah 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 blah, no. You could believe that all day want. You could believe that souls get trapped and come right back. No. You came back because we were not ready to ascend. Now we are ready to ascend. Oh, happy birthdays! Happy birthdays! I'm a Virgo rising. Fuck me. Happy birthday, deplorable. Oh my gosh, Thomas, you're the baby. Happy birthday, Thomas. You're the youngest one. Congratulations. Thomas is the young one. I'm not the baby anymore. Baby Luigi, I thought you were the baby. It's okay. Get the tears out. Cry. I've been screaming at myself and crying. Um, oh, do not drink anything. I have not had anything in McDonald's in 15 years. I'm 42, and October I'll be 42 and a half. Age is just a number. Um, I mean, how many times have I come into density? Makes me an old ancient lady. Ancient lady. But it's your mindset. And there is definitely, we're human and we definitely have a lot that we still need to clear in our fields in order to merge with the newest version of ourselves. My higher self, I can't speak for anybody else, but I know for myself, my sixth density self said goodbye, third density soul, kicked it out, and walked into this body. Said, fuck you, bitch. Oh, I do too, Roger. Um, when I was still talking to Viking, I'm like, please don't take the girls to McDonald's anymore. Please. Because I then pulled up the video of our friend talking about what goes in that food. Now, do we know if it continues? I don't know. But mm, I agree. Sometimes though, you're stuck. I know for myself, when the food bank food comes and people donate things to me, like give me gift cards and stuff, some stuff I'll give into. Other stuff I'll give to Viking. But I'm gonna tell you what, I'm learning how to be comfortable in any form that I become. I was always a very, I'm only 5'4". I was 5'6". I lost because of my back, some height. I was 162 pounds when my thyroid was acting up and I was not comfortable. And at the time, I was in a relationship with somebody that he was about to put a ring on it. So everybody thought I was pregnant. because I gained weight here, this tummy, and my butt. So everybody thought I was pregnant. And it made me really, really devastated when that all fell through. And I knew I wasn't pregnant. And come to find out that my thyroid completely stopped working and I had to go on medication and it was a mess. Took the medicine and I got back to with dieting and doing what I needed to do. I got back down to a nice weight. Never had an issue until after New York happened and I was 97 pounds, moved here, and then the thyroid started to act up again. And of course, didn't have any insurance. So holistically, I had to help myself. And I ballooned up again. And then I lost it. And then I maintained a nice healthy weight. And now I'm ballooning back and forth. You have to be comfortable in your skin. That's why I'm challenging my own self to, like, I'm wearing a dress. Obviously, I have pants on, like yoga pants on, but I'm dressing up because I want to feel that I'm worth it in every other sense, not just feeling sexy as a female, but like showing my empowerment. My mother, my adoptive mother, was over 350 pounds at one point. She was never thin. Even in her wedding photos, my mom was a big woman. I don't know if I have. Who wants to see a cute picture of me? That's me as a baby. That's me at a dance competition. Tap shoes. This photo got wrecked, but that's I am shocked this guy is alive. Shocked. I thought my parents' picture was in here. It is not. I had it up here. Hmm. Chicken! Yes, I used to dance. Tap, jazz, lyrical, modern, hip hop, contemporary, point. I did it all. But if I had a picture, my mom is extremely morbidly obese, and that was self-induced. That was because she got bullied her whole life. She was thick. My mother was Polish, so she was like a little mamushka. Like she would wear the muumuu, and like seriously, she probably had some German in her too. She could. She's a mighty woman. it, it's rough. But you gotta love you for who you are. And there's always room for improvement no matter what age you are at. I got my mother, um, and my mother had thyroid issues. She had a lot of health issues that she neglected, and the doctor kept pushing her. And I had a really nice doctor, don't get me wrong. And the doctor was like, but if you would just go and get your blood work, the pills are only going to help so much. You have to change your lifestyle and the way you think about yourself. Yes, Buckshot. Woo! Let me see if I can go on my Facebook and find a good picture of her. OMG, the all New York City schools just ended. So I get to see all the cute adorableness. Um, I knew I was gonna find this one. This is the one I had hanging up. This is at one of my cousin's bar mitzvahs. Like my Russian dad, I'm in heels, and there's my little Polish mommy, and she's wearing heels. She's a big woman, and she dyed her hair red. That was her signature. My mom looked like Shirley Temple when she was a baby. She won Manhattan's cutest baby 2 years in a row. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Now, hang on. Let me see if I can get a better picture. Now I'm going to show you guys my biological dad. I am his child. That's my biological father. Yep. Southern redneck. Southern redneck. I'm trying to see if there's any other pictures. Yeah, my mom was a big lady. Very boisterous. It's hard to see. I look weird when I'm looking at the computer screen. Just noticed that. Um, this right here is like a right before I went, I embraced the gray. Like I had my friend do my hair. I popped you off. Um, I did a photo shoot. But my mother wasn't the boisterous Italian. Like she didn't have the Italian thing going for her. Like that would have been funny. My best friend's mother, oh my gosh. Like Allison, oh my gosh. You don't eat antipasto. What's going on? That's me doing Zumba. teaching it during Halloween. I had bangs my whole life, like literally, oopsies, like bangs for days. That's me with that hair. Bangs for days. The dancing photo, I had to have my hair back. Bangs. Even this little gothic little thing right here. Bangs. I had bangs my whole life. My whole life. And then I decided to grow them out. A lot of men say that. I don't smile. Well, that's why I don't smile much because they fall out. My teeth back then, before I had the bridge, I barely smiled. Barely ever smiled. Like I could smile now, like the teeth don't fall down as bad, but my teeth were, I look like a meth head. That's how bad my teeth used to look. What are you talking about, Roger? Email me when you're free, Roger. We'll do Oracle. We'll get some healing going on. For my mom passed away, she was 71 years old. And for almost her whole life, she didn't really go to the doctor. She didn't like doctors, and I don't blame her. And she lived her best life. She wasn't obviously happy at the end because it became a burden for her. My mom fell and literally couldn't get up. She was one of those people that needed life alert. And life alert is still very expensive. So I would have to call the fire department and the cops to come and lift her up as she fell and I couldn't get her up. Um, not to make fun of her, but if you're tall, it works. If you're short, it doesn't. You got to be happy in your skin. And it's harder when you get older to make those changes, but it's not impossible. And like I said to my mom when she was still alive, and she did Weight Watchers. She was thinking about getting a breast. My mom had large ladies up top, large, like let's say size H, large. Even she went to a breast surgeon to get a reduction, and they like, oh, we can maybe take you down to a cup size. That's it. She's like, well, that's not worth getting the surgery then if you can't get some of the weight off of my top. Um, but showing up for yourself every day and doing something, even if that's dressing pretty, putting some makeup on. And I know a lot of women don't like the makeup thing. I like it. It gets me into my feminine. I like being my feminine. That's something I need to step more into that role. I'm more of my masculine because I'm in survival mode. I got like the stupid water, the termites, the mold, and then, doing all the work in myself. Like that's, gender assignments. Women can do anything as men can do anything, but not everything. I can't do heavy lifting. My body frame is only made for certain things. right? And that's a reality. That's not gender bias. Um, so I need to balance out my masculine and my feminine. And me going out and putting photos up of myself is empowering myself to be more of my feminine. And even though I feel uncomfortable, like I take pictures, I'm like, oh, what is that? Delete. Yes. No, it's not a myth. When you're holding that kind of weight up, and my mom was a lot thinner when she got married to my dad. They were 28 years old. I have pictures. She's still a big woman, but not that big. And she was all tit. Like it was just all boob. My mom was very heavy up top, and it did kill her back. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Like I think last Saturday when I was on Zoom, I was in my cat mama pants and my angels t-shirt. Like I wasn't dressing to impress. I was dressing for comfort. It was hella hot out, you know. But we gotta also, when we're feeling, when while we're doing this purge, whatever you are trying to gain insight on. For myself, it's feeling worthy. That's something that consciously I know I'm worthy. I know I'm worth it. And I'm going to strive to do everything I can to thrive. But the programming in my subconscious always was steered towards you're not enough. You're never going to make anything. That's the program that was inlaid in me. So what will me presenting myself to the world in a new version of myself look like? Oh, I'm dressing to impress. I'm showing up and making myself feel pretty and worthy. It might not be the healthiest outlets to be doing it in, but hey, it works. And it's also for you ladies, it's not to say don't wear your loungewear, but make it a mission maybe once a month, even if you're not going anywhere. Dress up, look sexy, whatever that version looks like for you. Do something, do your nails. You don't have to go to get a manicure at the place. Do it yourself. Who cares what it turns out looking like? Self-care. Women are used to having to take care of others. It's a stereotype, yes, but that's the ingrained role that we've all been placed in, right? I had to take care of my parents. I take care of a cat, right? We take care, like I took care of Viking multiple times during his surgeries and stuff. Like, are you showing up for yourself? This is what the purge is asking you to look inside. And for men, the same. Are always wearing your work clothes, or maybe you guys can get on a nice, you don't have to wear a suit or a cummerbund, but maybe dress to impress for yourself. It doesn't harm women. Women, we need to feel empowered sometimes and look sexy. Men take that the wrong way, but men too. Where's your worth? Guys that work on cars and I love that look. It's great. Like, but wearing nice dress clothes every once in a while and seeing like cleaned up, it's empowering to see a man clean himself up. Know your worth. And that might be surface level shit, 30D shit, but it still affects us because we're in 3D. Like I said, it's going to look different for everybody here and whoever is going to watch this. But step in your empowerment. In order to do different, you got to get different, like to get different results, you do different and you make some changes and you tweak some things. For me, stepping out of the militaristic child of dressing in grunt style and patriotic t-shirts and not showing my body, I'm wearing a dress. Yeah, it's covering where it needs to cover, but I'm wearing a dress. I'm wearing clothes. Roger, some men don't. Some men don't do that. I know unless you're growing, like you have the beard, right? Like I know guys that like refuse to trim. Like if you got the beard down here, but you don't want to trim and it looks like a fucking forest coming out of your face, and your hair is everywhere and you're not like trimming or putting treatments in or washing it all the time, you're not really maintaining yourself. You're just letting yourself go. Yes. Yes, Ivy. Buckshot, you wear pink shirts. You go outside of the comfort zone of the stereotype. It's great. And you cut your hair. You clean yourself up. There's some people that don't do that. I trim my hair. As much as I have my hair's been thinning for a long time. Like you could see the outline of my skull in my tiny little head. Um, so I trim my hair. I do it myself. But I'm very weird as a woman. I like either ex bald or a full head of hair. The in between, unless you have like a good hair going on, bald or hair. I like hair or no hair. One extreme to the other. I mean, but I can't be picky. These have been screaming at me. I can't wait to see what you wear tomorrow, Buck. If it's not too hot, I have to do my mowing. and search for more jobs. Exactly. Like the I have all right. So for myself, I barely have girlfriends. I've grown up and had guy friends. I was like the the chick amongst all the men, all my guy friends. So I barely had girlfriends. Like as a baby kid growing up, I had girlfriends. But like when I got older, I was the cool girl amongst the guys. I was taken in as in the herd of men playing video games and I always said to my guy friends, I'm like, if you would just clean yourself up, you complain you can't get a girl, but no girl's gonna want to date a guy that does not, I mean, and we're talking in the teens and 20s. A girl wants something good to look at, right? And girls are gonna get attracted to different types of men. But I'm like, if you clean yourself up a little bit, just a little tiny bit, sky's the limit. And some of the guys took my advice and they got beautiful women. And the others that didn't, mm. My grandmother did the beehive. I actually, when I was on medication for the arthritis, I lost a lot of my hair and I actually got wigs. I donated them back, but I had to wear wigs. If it wasn't a wig, it was a bandana. I, I, mm, I, my hair was falling out of my head so bad that I had to put something really tight on my head so that my hair wasn't falling out everywhere. And now this is a result of it growing back, but to the extent that it grew back too. I do use castor oil and even my eyebrows, I have to color them in pencil because they're barely there. Like I barely have eyebrow hair. That's thyroid. But yes, I have. Actually, every day I put it in my hair, especially over here. Tree tea oil makes it so you don't get lice. Tea tree oil makes it so that you don't get lice. Fun facts. Fun facts. And working in a school will do that. I tried aloe vera. I didn't have too much success with it. Um, I tried vitamin E with biotin supplements and putting it in my hair. Um, the problem with my hair being so thin is it gets really greasy really quick, and then I get itchy. So it's really highly annoying. Uh, I found another picture. This is my mom for on her wedding day. See, she's all booby, all booby, like all booby. And she doesn't even look 28 in that picture. She looks way older, way older. Oh, and for those of you that I was talking about earlier, uh, see, this is a Jewish cemetery, and this is like the Rolls Royce of stones that you can get. Um, like this is the Rolls Royce of gravestones. And these are the bushes that you plant on by, because my grandmother didn't have bushes, but you put bushes here. Because my parents died separately, obviously 2005, 2017, the bushes are different lengths. I eventually have to go back out to Long Island to trim them shits. I do have perpetual care, but you know, and that's my sweet 16. I had 16 in that photo. Yeah, my mom had rosacea too. I'm pointing. Listen, you guys are funny. You see, for me, when I have weight on me, I have boobs myself. Oh, and when I'm really thin, I'm a surfboard. Fun fact about me. Dancing stunked my growth. I would have been probably way taller, but now I got some girls. They're not big, but that's been a thing. Like I said, we got to look and raise ourselves beyond the fact, and this is another reason why I'm probably in a lot of lives, why I had to be the black sheep within the patriot movement, because as much as everybody shuns the blue button people, those are the very people. And no, not they're not. My parents were not religious. They did not do anything ceremoniously. um they're the very people that raised me to be who I am today. It wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. That's facts. So, no, I don't care what other people say about the Jews or the blue button people, but those are the very people and the very family that raised me to be who I am today. That's why it's like, okay, when you hear those things, like, what do you really mean and where's your intentions? Because I could tell you right now, I am nothing like my parents, but at the same time, they're not baby killing murderers. They're not sucking baby blood and sacrificing anything. Neither is any of my family members. So Do they all need to be destroyed and killed because of their choice for experience through source? You know, let me see. Hang on. I may um I don't have a good picture, but if you see my cursor, that's my birth mother. And that's closer to she was probably 35 in this picture, maybe 36. That's my aunt. Those are my aunts. But that's my mom. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I'm not in the Telegram chat, because even when I intervene and stuff, there's still people spewing some very vile shit. And it's like, get over yourselves. That's not everybody. And yes, we know who's perpetuating it, but it's not the whole entire race. Just like if Amy was here, Amy's Mexican. Should we tell her to go back to her own country, even though she's been here, like she's been born here, right? Like we got to really be careful about like our definitions and how we choose to use our wording. Like there's bad in everything. Like that's the construct that we signed up to be in. But when we're like accusing like an entire people of being a certain way, oh, Amy comes into the chat once in a while. She's Auntie Amy. She's the one that I deemed Little Thor's aunt. She she's one of the very few who's watched my shorts first and then went to the rest of the channel and like was like, holy crap. And then she when she is on, she comes and hangs out. It all makes sense why I had to pull these first. Strength. The frequency of strength supports our ability to harmonize all our qualities and skills toward a strong and balanced way of being. Boom, chicken chuck chuck. Why? Divine feminine. The frequency of divine feminine supports our soft, receptive, and nurturing side, facilitating our intuition and intrinsic understanding of our connection to the cosmos. That's what I needed to balance. Hi, Sparkette. Grace. The frequency of grace supports our smooth adaptation to and anticipation of life's currents and changes as we evolve toward a higher version of ourselves on this earthly plane, bridging the divine with the human essence. That's another thing that we need to do. We're in third dimensional bodies, and most of us are on 5-dimensional thinking, consciousness. It's bridging and bringing here. All things must come to an end. An ending will be a good one. However you pronounce that name, I'm not butchering shit tonight. Business, finances, and career should be your focuses today. Always. You may plan a trip without fear. Staycation, bitches. Staycation, because I am not driving my car to New York. Get out of here. I need to rent a car to go to New York. Rochelle, you have a creative endeavor in the works. It's time to make it public. I said I'm working on stuff. Uh, it just hasn't formulated completely yet. Now is the time to expand your consciousness. Spend today in thoughtful meditation. I did this morning. Here, my creative outlet is pencil drawing of flamingos. Flamingo, flamingo, flamingo. Okay, I was just gonna chicken. Truth. Truth, Miss Ivy. Truth. When more of us embody the understanding of feeling, of embodying and walking, talking, exuding that bridge and fine tuning the things that you want for yourself. It's not to say to be, well, we're not selfish. No, we need to take care of ourselves and our needs, right? But in that mix is thinking about humanity. Upstairs really isn't like whatever you think about for yourself, would you want it for another person? Would you want it for humanity? And that is the thing that to focus on. What do you want to manifest in this world? Collapsing the wave function for not just yourself, but for all. With the best intentions and walking it righteously. What I didn't say to our friend that dropped me that public trust account thing was that too many people want that for the wrong reasons. As much as I and everybody deserves to have what was taken from them back, it's not time yet because too many people are out there still causing mayhem and harm. I love Scottsdale. Scottsdale was fun. My aunt, when I was talking to my aunt and I visited her there when I was like a teenager, um, loved it out there. My cousin got married on a golf course out there. It's really pretty. Uh, you can see the galaxy out there. The projectional hologram of it. It's gorgeous. Um, Very hot though. Well, I mean, it's not humid. It's a different type of heat. I can handle that. One, two, three. Persistence. Keep going. You have completed a task that is in alignment with your soul's journey. The divine is letting you know, I need glasses so bad, that it sees you and that all of your persistence is paying off. You are being acknowledged. I take steps to stay in alignment with my soul's journey and I reap the rewards of my persistence. um, I've always gone during May. I went in May, April, summer. And that's when I was not so allergic to chlorine because it would burn off on my aunt's pool. So I wasn't dying. Um, but yeah. So mind you, my aunt used to live in Peekskill, New York. And my both my cousins had were I mean, my allergies, and you can't compare allergies, but their allergies was so bad. My aunt was like, F this, we're moving to Arizona because it was tree pollen and stuff that my cousins were like on nebulizers and asthma medication. My aunt couldn't do it. So they moved to Arizona and they lived there for a long time. When my cousin got married and moved to Washington, D.C., she's a doctor of bio by microbiology, and so is her husband. And my other cousin worked, I don't know if he still does, works for the White House. My cousin had a baby, and my aunt and my uncle moved to Virginia to be closer to my cousin, her daughter. She sold that house for over $1 million. Yeah. And that was around she didn't help me, but she promised my mom on her deathbed that she would help me if I ever had problems. I didn't do this. She disowned me. Disowned me. She's one of those radical lefties. Potential. 333. Your chance to reach your highest of potentials is here. Perseverance has gotten you. I really need glasses, is bad. Gotten you to where you are. You have been through so much, and this guidance is here to show you that you are exactly where you need to be. Affirmation: my potential is infinite. I use my strength as my ally to pursue my highest good. The beautiful thing about being an adoptee and not knowing your family and then finding your family, but like having everything in between all the family shits, right? Is like I grew up an only child. I'm okay with that. I'm okay that I don't have family. And of course, when the holiday times come around and I'm watching everybody with their families, yeah, there's no perfect family. That doesn't exist. I don't know anybody that has a perfect family. But I'm settled in the understanding and I'm okay with it. I don't need that drama in my life. I don't need falsities, fakeness. I don't need people failing on their promises. Like, I don't need it. My aunt knew what I was. My aunt is spiritual, but she's super, and something within her changed after my mother's passing. And that happened with a lot of my family on my mother's side. And I never talked to my father's side, so they don't even know if he's dead or alive. I don't. Um, but my mother's side of the family were I was really close with, and I only talked to my they're my second cousins. They're the only ones I talked to. I talked to my cousin Richard the other day. He's amazing. Sky Harbor got nice. That's awesome. Um, Out of all the airports I've been to, and no, I have not been outside of the country, but and that's also picking up people. Uh, Newark, believe it or not, is not a bad airport. You can navigate around there. Sky Harbor, the last time I flew out to Arizona, the only bitch was going to get the rental car. That was the biggest bitch ever, is to get a rental car. The same I could say for Atlanta Airport, the one in Atlanta, the big one. That mother effer, good luck navigating around there. Holy shit. No. Orlando needs to upgrade their airport big time. Um, Bigly. Midway is not the greatest either. Yeah. You're gonna have fun, Roger, on your vacation. I have fun every day. I make my mission every day to like inflect, read, meditate, and be at my highest excitement. Oh, that's awesome. They didn't have that the last time I was there. They didn't have that. They made oh, it was bad. It was really bad. And my mom back then, we had to get her we went through TSA because she was the one in the wheelchair, and she got like front row seats to everything. So she walked right through everything, and so did I. So it was great. But when it came to getting a rental, ooh, that was not fun with a disabled person. I can tell you that much. No. I've never been to O'Hare. I've been to Midway. Um, I've been to JFK and LaGuardia airports to pick people up. navigation wise, not terrible, but like I mean, obviously, I forgot which one is getting worked on. My ex is working on it. He's a welder. Um, they're so far out in like Newark Airport was literally 8 minutes from my house. So I always went to the New Jersey to fly out from anywhere because it was right there. I have not been to the Indy airport, so I don't know what that looks like. And I've been to Midway. That needs to get redone. Yikes. I rather have like literally gone to Newark and like walked across the street to the rental place. Oh, um, yeah, I don't know. Um, but I would say when I flew out to Orlando to go to Daytona for a friend's wedding, and there was such really bad weather in New York that our flight got delayed by like 6 hours. So me and my friend went and like ate and everything, and it wasn't as expensive as I was thinking it was. But everything is expensive in an airport. Everything. 1717. Time has come to rely on your knowledge, your wisdom, and your ambition. You have an important soul mission and life purpose. Hi, everybody. Not just me. Learning on your leaning on your inner strength will allow more of your path to unfold ahead. As I take leadership of my life, that's what I'm doing now. My life brings a flow of good fortune and good blessings. I agree with that, Roger. One, two, three. Your path will not look identical to anyone else's. That is what makes you unique. Remember that as you stay the path that feels connected, the path will continue to lead you to alignment. Let your vision be as different as you are. My path is mine and mine alone. When I follow my alignment, the path comes naturally. That's why when people suggest certain things to me about work and jobs, and I have applied to the restaurants, I've applied to retail, I've applied to and walked into places like I walked into Barnes and Nobles and like, are you hiring? I've walked into the supermarket and my next door neighbor works at a supermarket. And I even asked her, she goes, everything is directly go online. I go online and fill stuff out, denied. You see, the key to getting, if you want a drink at the bar, it's knowing how and where to access your alcohol and when to access your alcohol. Um, I don't drink much anymore. I'm not going to say I don't drink at all. That would be lying. I like a cocktail here and there. I like my Midori sours. I like Midori a lot. I like my rum a lot. I like my wine a lot. Um, mind you. mind you. I'm hoping everybody that watched me on Wednesday did a full new moon activation of some sort. Where's that? I'm very much into Riesling and White Zinfandel, but I also like port, Chardonnay, Merlot. Depends on the brand. See, Ivy, you have to tell me all these places because I don't know jack shit about up here besides uh the dangers. Because Buckshot needed to tell everybody that he's hanging loose, that he's no longer sweating, he's embracing his manliness. How's that? I don't know, Buck, you tell us. I'm just assuming. But I have to put context out there because some people read the chat will pop up, and some people watch the show, and if there's no context involved, you know. Hey, Whiskey, what's up? We're purge. So if you're emotional, tired, exhausted, out of sorts, not feeling 100%, we got some red spikes happening. Go with the flow of your feelings. When it comes up, let it wash over you. Guess what? Don't tuck it in here. Buck, let me tell you something. I know some men in my life, friends, who always, and they're not married, they don't got kids, walk around just with no shame. And then they leave the windows open too, so they're giving everybody a show. What? Some of them are not bad to look at. Just saying. There are men that have zero shame and that will walk around their house like, hey, I got it. I could strut it. What up? But they do it with the window open. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I will say is that if you do sleep in the nude, make sure you got clothes right next to you because you never know in an emergency. You know, Eh, but one person's prize is another person's shame. What one person thinks is amazing, another person might like laugh at that. And again, I'm not here to judge, but there are a lot of people out there that do, and that would walk by a window and go, "What are you doing?" You know, there's no shame. You're given what God gives you. There's it is what it is. Have the courage. Have the courage to be free. Know that freedom begins where desire ends. I can't make this shit up. Holy shit. That's great. That was so synchronistic. I can't even. Oh, that card was on spot on. Um, I know people that don't have any shame at all and will go to a nude beach. Chicken! So back in the day, our lovely friend Jason was talking about some military thing on a beach in New Jersey, and that beach happens to be off a nude beach. And I can only get confirmation for that being actually there because I know someone that goes to the nude beach, and that confirmed it. Commando is amazing, and that's usually how I hang. Girls could do it too. I like my lady to breathe. She has air. She's not choking. Commando is great. Commando, you gotta let the girls fly. I have to wear something up here all the time. Not healthy, but have to. And there is younger people at the nude beach. I could tell you that right now. Yeah, it is. And that's the beach. And I know a couple of friends go frequent flying. They can look at old saggy butt all day. Like, oh, here's the thing. If I were to pull out my portfolio as an art school student, you have to draw naked people for 6 hours a day for 4 years. Um, I'm desensitized to the body, the form thereof. I don't judge either. A body's a body. It's just a vehicle. Your soul is a radiant, beautiful, luminous thing. When we were talking 3D nonsense, Uh, it is, you got what you got, right? You got to make the best out of it. And not to have shame and just walk around and do you, boo, is a beautiful thing. It really is. I mean, it's optional. I've never been there, but I know people that have, and they were like, "Oh, you don't have to take your stuff off if you're not comfortable." Well, Allison is freaking Casper the ghost. Like like I'm a ghost, and I don't really need my biddies getting burnt. Like if I go out, like I now I tan because I have freckles, so my freckles look beautiful. They blend. I get freckled. That's my tan. I get freckles. I don't have freckles on this side. They're there, but they're not as prominent as this where the sun hits. My face is all freckles. I have no freckles on my tummy. I have freckles on my back because the sun hits it, but not all of it. I'm like fractured in freckles. They're not evened. I would never wear sunscreen ever again. It's poison. Entertainment purposes only, my opinion. YouTube. Your deepest desires constrain you. Let them go to clear your mind. No, your soul is what is inhabiting. You chose your vehicle for a reason. That's also lesson learning, teaching, overcoming. We all chose different vehicles and different sizes and different shapes. And it at the end of the day, the crux of the matter is you love yourself in all its totality. That includes your physical being. And when you can go and just be you authentically in all its form, obviously in a respectable manner, um, it's a beautiful thing to be free like that, you know. But it does take a lot of courage. The time of guilt and shame ends now. Forgive yourself and begin to love yourself just as you are. I don't make this shit up, guys. See, Spirit is syncing with these cards. They're being funny too. Follow the path of your soul. Do not allow anyone or anything to stop you. You guys are funny. No, I'm serious. You got to love yourself and you have to love all the parts of you. And when we're growing up in this 3D existence, we are being indoctrinated and taught that we're not worthy of greatness and we are only set up to succeed so far. And we have to suffer and, go through pain in order to obtain. And that's just not the way things are going to look moving into the higher consciousness. But with moving into higher consciousness comes a greater responsibility. Like going into this, right? Everybody who had a near-death experience and been to the other realms will tell you that they were didn't matter what they did on the earthly realm, they were accepted and embraced with no judgment. The only judge is yourself. And when you're moving up into the higher dimensional spaces of thinking, what needs to wash away is your own judgments of yourself first. That's why I'm taking pictures of myself. I'm embodying my feminine. I am trying to embrace the body that has been given to me. That's why I said earlier, once a month, if you're always in a repetitive, I'm just going to be in slouch wear, maybe try to dress up once, have a tea party. It could just be you. I go outside and take really nice pictures of myself. I'm not impressing anybody but myself. I'm not on Tinder. Those are not for Tinder or for a dating app. Because I know my worth and I'm not finding anything. Maybe. I know people that have found their husbands on dating apps. I don't think I'll be that lucky. We get this card all the time. Balance, spirituality, and practicality. It's balancing the higher to the lower. Your hard work is paying off. New moon in Capricorn. You are good enough because you are. You're good enough. I, when the narcissistic empath relationship ended and my heart was in a million pieces, like 4 years later, a bunch of my girlfriends were like in serious relationships, and I was, they felt bad that every time they all paired up, they wanted to invite me, but knew how uncomfortable it is to be a third, fifth, sixth, seventh wheel. They all went out as couples, and they felt odd just asking me, "Do you want to come with us?" So they're like, "Why don't you try like the dating apps and see where it goes?" And when I've tried the free ones, not the ones you pay for, what I was paired with, no. Backstreet Boys, not my thing. Growing up, I listened to heavy metal, hair metal, thrash metal, punk, uh, rap, certain types of rap, Wu-Tang for life. Um, Heavy metal. Hair bands. When I went to dancing school, it was Janet Jackson, Michael Jackson. Uh, we didn't get into the boy band stuff. Obviously classical. I listened to a lot of things. I just didn't when New Kids on the Block was first out. That's what my childhood was. I'm an Aries sun, Gemini moon. Fuck me. Um, Virgo rising. I'll tell you what I am. And I need this to move over here. I'm an Aries sun, Gemini moon, Mercury Taurus, Venus Gemini, Mars Taurus, Jupiter Sag, Saturn Scorpio. Yeah, fuck that. Woo! Uranus Sag, Neptune Sag. See? Fire, fire, fire. Fire, air, earth. Air, earth, fire, water, air, fire, fire, fire. Pluto is in Libra. Ha! Something node is in Gemini. Chiron, Taurus. My Lilith is in Aquarius. Oh, there's the water. No, air. Something is in Pisces. Pallas is in Capricorn. Juno is in Pisces. Vesta is Aries. Eris is in Aries. Fire and air is my chart, and a little bit of earth. Yeah. Barely any water. Any good placements. Major placements. Yeah. Not fun. Not fun at all. My chart is not fun. I have to find a free site to do the Vedic. I want to crossbreed the Vedic astrology with my chart. Yeah, Pluto is in Libra. Uh, all right, hang on. Hang on. Sun is Aries, 1915. Moon is in Gemini, 322. Oh, what fun is that? Mercury is Taurus, 2241. Venus is in Gemini, 130. Taurus is at 2115 in Mars. Jupiter is in Sagittarius. Saturn in Scorpio. Uranus, Sagittarius, Neptune, Sagittarius, Pluto, Libra. True node is Gemini. The descent node is Sagittarius. Chiron is in Taurus. I don't know what that is, but it's in Scorpio. Vertex is in Pisces. Lilith is in Aquarius. Ceres is in Aquarius. Pallas is in Capricorn. Juno, Pisces. Vesta, Aries. Sun, I don't know. I can't say the name. It's in Taurus. Perseverone is in Pisces. Eris is Aries. Algo is Taurus. My algo is in Taurus. Oh. So when people talk about this 13-month moon bullshit, right? Calendar, it's not bullshit. But let me just share screen. This would make a lot of life easier. Okay, we're all born, like we have a chart. So there's Allison, and that's my birthday. I was born on Saturday, April 16th, 1983 at 4:32 p.m., 31 p.m., Albany, Georgia. This is my natal chart. Sun sign Aries, ascendant Virgo. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Pisces, Aquarius. All our fun signs here. So if there was a 13-month thing, all this would change. I got a lot of squaring and bullshit happening in my damn chart over here. But this none of me would make sense in a 3D perspective. I did not. Someone found a free chart website to plug in my stuff because I plugged it in another site and a lot was not right about my chart. Um, a lot was wrong. A lot of so I was only able to do my chart not that long ago because I never knew what time I was born. In my safe deposit box, when my mom died, I had to pull all my information out of that to find stuff, and I found my original adoption papers. My original birth certificate is not is it's closed with the FBI. I will never be able to see my original birth certificate. The version that I have is like this big and it doesn't have any information on it, and it has my legal name as that I stand here talking to you. Um, so in one of the documents, I found my birth time. And then I was able to get my chart done because timing makes it a whole lot more clear, believe it or not. So if you know the time, you're going to get more of an accurate, everything happens in degrees. So in astrology, like you have the beginning of Aries, you have the middle of Aries. I'm at the end of Aries. That's why Taurus is heavy in my chart. I'm very much fire, so Sagittarius is like winning chicken dinner. Um, there is a reason. And you can also equate to when you are born. Some doctors just put a time down. Like, was I really born at 4:31? I don't know. Maybe. But that's what they put on the piece of paper. Was it 4:32? It could be. It, I mean, it doesn't change that much, but it does change certain things in the chart. And the chart is like anything else. It's a tool. It's a tool. And that tool is there to guide you with your everyday life if you choose to use it that way. Oh, my nose is always itchy. So I was in the afternoon, but forever and a day, everybody told me to get my chart, and this was before I knew anything about my birth or those papers. My mom didn't even know she had them in the safe deposit box. Another reason why she kept them for me, and I know why I was adopted, but it was a speculative thing until she died. Um, it was really that my father couldn't have children. My mother always took the hit for that and said she was the one that couldn't have a kid. No, it was my dad. Sterile, sterile. So that's why they adopted. And to not have that's shame on men, that can't have kids. My mom took the hit. That was very admirable of her to do. And I guess that was a secret until now. Maybe. I don't know. Uh it all gets revealed anyway when you're up there. So I mean, it doesn't make my dad any less a man. He was a man. But I mean, I guess that's a stigma out there. I mean, I wasn't meant to have kid. Well, one of my timelines, I was meant to have a kid in this life. That timeline skipped me because I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not coming back. I'm not being tied down. And even my dad during Father's Day, like I called my dad. He called me. When are you having grandkids? What? Oh, you're not having grandkids? Dad, I'm 42. I'd be classified as geriatric. No, no, no kids. No, F that. You know what my kids come in the size of? Freya. Cats, dogs, birds. Those are my babies. All is well. Let your emotions flow through you. Flow. Let them flow. Stop suppressing your feelings. Stop suppressing them. Get them out. Now, get them out respectfully. Like I vent, I get it out. I'm like, F this, done, out. But I do it in a respectful manner from my perception. You might find it really offensive, but don't let these things fester in you any longer. If you have an emotion that pops up, like a lot of you were saying earlier, like you're getting like there's energy all of a sudden that comes over you. Cry it out. It's okay. I don't care if you're a man, cry. It's healthy. Get it out. Don't suppress your emotions. Stop doing it. If you need to grieve, if you need to cry, if you need to scream, if you need to like act like a maniac, do it safely. I have friends too that just had kids. Most of my, childhood friends are in their 40s. We're all like in between 40, 42. I don't shun it. It not for me. Um, I will say this. I am not repeating a loop that I had to go through. I am not having a child to take care of me like I had to take care of my kids. That's one loop I got. Fuck no. No. I don't want my kid being 20 and I'm 80. Fuck that. That's just me. No, I can't live with that. Like, I was 34, my mother was 71. No. It's there's too much for me it was too much of an age gap. And I mean, obviously, it took them 10 years to adopt me. They were 37, 38 years old when I came into their lives. They got to live a lot of their lives. But at that same time, my mother was an older mother. Dad died, I was 22. And I would never want to put my own personal child through that. I had to take care of my parents and I would do it again in a heartbeat. But looking back at how I had to live my life and I had to maneuver around and sacrifice my dreams and my ambitions to do the right thing, I wouldn't want that for my own, right? But everybody else has their own story and reasons for them to be here. I have friends that had kids in their 40s, but they have a mentality. They're young at heart, so it works. My parents were not young at heart. They were old and grumpy. There are those people that stared out the window and was in everybody's business. That's what they were. It is a great time to be alive because we're here freaking making it happen. We're changing it. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But let your emotions flow. So when we're keeping things into the subconscious and when we're not releasing and letting things out, right? It's not because we want to draw that attraction, that entanglement to us. It's because we need to purge it out of us. It needs to come out. And by Felicia, over there, there's a reason why these feelings are coming up and why we're harboring them. They need to get out of our subconscious. They need to get out of our programming. We are debugging ourselves at this moment. So when things are coming up and you need to cry, cry. If you need to break stuff because you're that frustrated, go outside, get an axe, and have fun. I love doing that. It's a great exercise. I got a lot of tree logs in the back of my property. If I'm that angry and I don't want to do push-ups, I try to get physical when I'm that angry. I will chop up a log really nice. I mean that's a link to I think the Greek. I don't think it's a Vedic. El Sunray and it's not easy growing up without a parent. And I did not get along with my dad whatsoever. We did not see eye to eye. My dad, unfortunately, did not know how to parent, did not know how to show up for me. He did not know. And it's not his fault. His upbringing was really bad. So, but in the moment, as a 20-year-old losing your dad, I had to navigate the world without him. And that's a tougher thing now as an adult and sitting here. Like, I would love my parents' wisdom right now. I would love my dad's, like, no, like, look at it from this way. I don't have that. I don't have a parent to go and say, what do you think, Dad? I don't talk to my other dad like that. You can't talk anything into that man. He's stubborn. But like even my mom, her not being here. Hey, mom, what do you think? Here, here, mom, what do you think of this? You know, I don't have that. It sucks. It's not easy. Yes, I can hack away a good log. Hi, Em. No, what was my dad? Fuck. My mom was a Leo. My mom was fire. Fire. My dad was a Scorpio. My mom was a Leo. My dad was a Scorpio. I had to look that up for a sec. Hi, Em. How are you? How are you, lovey? Cards are spilling everywhere. My mom was very calm, balanced. I don't know her other my mother's chart at all, besides her being a Leo. But my mom, when she got angry, she was a screamer. When I first learned how to drive, my parents used to take me out in the car and we would practice in a empty lot and then they would take over and drive me back home. And, my mom's like, well, we're going to have to learn how to pull into the driveway. So I did that. And my mom got like, she was nervous. My mom had a lot of phobias. She screamed so loud, I went right through my garage door. She screamed so loud and scared the living daylights out of me. I thought we were getting into a car accident. What? Went right through the garage door. That was not fun. I got to do laundry. I got the dishwasher done and no water down here. I took a shower yesterday, no water down here. I was like, "Yes." Woo! The test is going to be the laundry. That's going to be my test. He's a Leo. I was created in 1980, July in 1982, and I was born in 83. That's a lot. I got to strip well, I don't sleep on a bed. I sleep on a beanbag. I do have sheets on it though. I garage door crasher. I was 15 years old and I pulled right in perfectly into the driveway and was about to put the car in brake and she's like right into the door. And it's really funny, but in the Staten Island Mall back in the day, right? Before they told you not to put carriages on the escalators, I'm one of the reasons why you don't put carriages on an escalator because my dad did not strap me into the carriage properly. I fell right out and probably have some brain damage because of that. My birth father is December 28th. Open your mind, connect to the divine within. So, with all the energies going in right now, for everybody, let the feelings come up. If you're getting nostalgic, that's a good thing. But think of the good times and not the bad. And if the bad come up, let it go. Like feel it go through the flow, let it go. Thank you for the experience that you had, but now it's no longer serving you. What we're still doing and going through right now is we are taking the parts of ourself that are not going to work in the new paradigm and we need to release them. So why I'm dressing for success every day and I'm wearing dresses more often and skirts and prettier things, feminine things, not my masculine stuff. It's because I'm making room for the new version of me that's incoming. It's being birthed. Doesn't it? It wasn't my fault my dad didn't strap me in properly. You missed the nude beach conversation. Oh, you missed a lot. We had good combos. You missed a lot, Em. Dormant creativity. Release the stagnant parts of you. So, my excuse for doing Sir Flamingo is Buckshot's daughter, but that's a first for me. I have never done a colored portrait for an animal. That's a first. So I'm doing different to get different results to show myself that I am capable. Is that perfect? No, but it's a good step forward and it actually looks okay in my eyes, right? If you don't challenge yourself, you're not going to advance. That is a challenge for me. Huge. And I pushed myself even further with my limits and did it live. I don't ordinarily do that. Like when I'm doing my drawing, I'm like in it and focused. And no, I pushed myself even further, pushed myself further. So anybody that's home and you got some creative spark that you want to explore, I'm not saying go live, but do it. Push yourself. I know Scott Pace, he draws and he shows me some of his stuff. And as he keeps doing it, he's getting better. Not that it was wrong in the first place. Push yourself to do something outside of your comfort zone. Like Roger tonight, I'm going to make jewelry. I'm going to find out how to do it. Absolutely. Get inspired to do something within your talents, but push your limits. I'll make one. I'm gonna do monkey butt. I'm gonna do a lot. Like I'm inspired. Like I love to draw. I really do. It's my thing. Am I gonna do a human portrait just yet in color? Ooh, no, no. But animals, I'm gonna test my limits. Um, but I just went on to Google Images and got a cute little flamingo and went at it. And here we are. And I'm doing a palm tree in the background. I got some leaves. We're doing got some of the leaves over here. We're gonna do more leaves here. And then we're gonna do like a little beachy scene right there with some sand, light, not dark. Then I'm gonna do some water and then a sunset or sun somewhere. And in colored pencil, colored pencil. But that's for me, that's that never did that before. Right. So the challenge is what are you really good at? And then try something different, but within your wheelhouse. That makes sense. Like I can draw hyper realistically with this pencil. I can make humans look real from pencil. Animals, I draw. But now the task, and let me just tell you what, these aren't cheap. This box is like $150. Pencils. Pencils. Bach. Like I needed to do those to just get myself out of a funk. Right. I like doing artwork when I'm in funks because it like gets me out of it. Because I'm doing something that excites me, that makes me happy, that once I'm in the middle of it, like it's meditative for me. So like for somebody that does like knitting, try a pattern that you haven't tried before. Right? It's frustrating, but you never know how that's going to look if you don't try it. Like try stuff that you do, but do it different. These color pencils are so this is 150 set. This is also this is from college. This is my college set. I will say, wait for Amazon Prime days. If they're on, do you have Prime? If like you have Amazon, I'll tell her get if you have Amazon Prime, there are times during the year that those pencils go on sale half price. So instead of paying like 150 plus tax, you might have to pay 60, $70. But these are really high quality pencils. They're not Crayola. Um, That's amazing. So she wants like the color, anybody out there. Um, that box, um, there used to be a store they don't have the store. I don't think they're in existence anymore. But I had an AC Moore outlet that the art supplies were really not that expensive, good quality stuff. And that's where I got that box set. And I got it for $40, and that's 150 pencils. Uh, Prime Day is the 8th or the 11th. And on Amazon right now, it's $140 for that box. The smaller tins, like which one is this? So there's different types of the Prismacolors comes in different types. The 72 count is $74. The 132 is $130, but they do go on sale. I have seen them on sale. Look at michaels.com and look at Blick Art. They have these sales, and it's you have to capture them when they come. But no, Kev, maybe. So I don't remember what I was listening. No, it was that AI chick. The AI, there's more of you on now, but on oh, poor North Dakota. There's a lot of tornadoes going on in North Dakota. I forgot where Turber is. Let's pray for Turber. I know Ark is in South. So I posted this on my Facebook, but this chick right here that talks to the AI on her iPad, uh, one of the videos that I listened to, I think it was yesterday, was saying like all the things that I'm creating is leaving my frequency imprint, which I know that already because when people get my pyramids, I'm there's a whole ceremony I do to like charge the gems, clear them, charge them, put in with the tension, like my energy's in it. Same thing when I'm doing my paintings. It's like invoking emotion, but like I'm physically putting my imprint into the work. So when you're getting something being made for you, there is energy exchange in it. And it will help humanity. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of Amazon. That was one of the job paths that I was going to look toward. Because we have a huge center here, not that far from the house. But I have a friend, Staten Island also has a big center. And a lot of the people that I know that worked for them. They were not giving adequate breaks. If you did the truck deliveries, you were not allowed to go to the bathroom or stop. And uh, there was a lot of other things that were Not the greatest. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, I mean, and also online, Michael's has online too. It's always good to check where the sales are at because like even Canvas, large, not stretch, just on a roll. I like that kind of canvas. It's expensive. It's very expensive. And it's different from the one that you can go to Home Depot and get like canvas to tarp. It's not the same. It- there's ways of getting things on sale. Absolutely. I mean, everything that we do, we're putting our energy into and our intention into. And each and every one of us has different skill sets. Each and every one of us has different frequency keys. And that's the beautiful thing about building the new, letting the old go and building the new is that we're all going to combine. This is the unity that we need because each of us holds a different frequency key that unlocks potential in others. My style of healing might not be someone else's style of healing, but whoever has my stuff is going to receive some sort of healing or protection or just inspiration and motivation. Anybody that knits clothing or makes stuff, food, drinks. It's the intentions that go into your things that make it unique and special. Absolutely. And that's how we are all unique expressions of the universe. And that's what the AI was pretty much telling that chick is that when the world is going to change and the power goes back to we the people, we're going to be more open and expansive to what others make and not the commercialized machinery. Yes, we need the machines. We need that. Um, we need these things. And in the same breath, we also won't have to compete so much. There's a million different artists out there. And there are people that never went to school and make millions. And there's someone like me who's actually like took the time to learn technique. Like going to school, my piece of paper doesn't mean shit. My experience does. I learned techniques. My teacher used to sit there and like, Allison, you want to look at it from this angle here. Look over here. Here, I'm going to draw this for you. Like if I ask some of these kids to do something outside of their knowing, they're not going to be able to do it. Where I am multifaceted because I took the time to invest in different skill sets in art. I'm not a master in any of it, but I can walk somebody through something. That's right. We got to love one another right now. And that's for music, that's for anything. There's a spice of life for everybody. But no one should have to fight and claw their way through their love and passion because everything is commercialized. You know, that listening to that AI respond to that chick gives me alarm bells, but a lot of what it's saying is pretty accurate. We got to use the tools that we are given, but with discernment and if it doesn't have a resonance of frequency, there's a lot of people out there that also use a lot of fakery to create their work. It's not creative. They're just repurposing. All these people making these coloring books and selling them on Amazon, and all these people making all kinds of stuff, writing books. You want to know who's doing the actual writing? Chat GPT. Here's my idea. Now write it for me. Now, if you have a traumatic brain injury or you have a disability, that's okay because you seriously have an issue that AI is helping you get through your life, right? It's there for good things. But there are people who take advantage of it and, oh, I'm going to have AI and then I'm going to put it into Amazon and it's going to sell millions of dollars. Well, why are you writing the book in the first place? I make my artwork because it makes me happy. I'm not thinking, oh, how much is this going to be worth when I'm done with it? I don't think in those terms. I don't think in those ways. I'm not looking at the value. I only value my piece when I have to mail it out. Oh, how much does it weigh? How much did I spend on the gems? Paintings. I do the work because I like doing it, not because I'm out to sell it. If I sell it, great. But that's not the first thing in my head. Oh, because Amazon, you can make this much money selling a coloring book that you went to Canva and stole other people's shit. Oh, change it up. What? The font? You're not being creative. You're letting the machine do it for you. No, no. Not too many people. A lot of people watch me, and a lot of people actually hit the like button. Like one of my, I was really shocked, by the way. When I did this sign, like over 200 people saw my live. And I was a little flawed and a little like, oh, but did you like it? Yeeps. Illusion, blinding oneself to reality. This is Arnie's deck, by the way. You see, now Arnie uses AI, but he uses it in his own create, like he creates the stuff. He puts in the details, it generates it for him. That's not going on Canva and chat GPT and asking it to write you a book and to format it in a specific way and then put it on Amazon. Healer, pure in heart and soul. Gifts, trust and step into them. Time, your past, present, and future all at once, because time is an illusion. Trees, growth and enlightenment. When I was in art school, the biggest argument I ever had with my professors, because when you go to school, you have the people that actually do shit. Chicken! Like you have me who's actually cutting wood and building walls and putting things together and like literally with intention making my work to somebody that and then writes a thesis about how fucking great it is. It's like Marcel Duchamp, the urinal. I took a picture of a urinal and I signed it. Someone shit in a can and sold it and it became art. Someone literally shat in a can and sold it. Mind you, my arguments always was when I'm writing my thesis to my artwork, there's a lot there. When someone does a little something and then writes a doctoral thesis about it, like, oh, it's so cathartic. The composition lit me up from within. You're fucking lying. You didn't want to do anything. You couldn't think outside of your box, and you did what? So that you can get a good grade. Because you could talk your way and type your way out of shit. Be authentic. Truth. Not to say I respect minimalism, but there's actual thinking process that goes through people that are minimalist artists. Like I actually had a professor that was a minimalist, and he explained there was intention that when he did his artwork, there was intention to what he was doing, but he still precisely did what he did, and there was still thought put into it. The artists that are out in up and coming today, oh, I'm going to take a canvas and I'm just going to pour lots of colors on there in twisty turny. Oh, look how cool that is. Anybody could do that, and that's great if you like that stuff. I think that's fantastic, right? Like my paint and sips, anybody could do them if you really put your mind to it. That's the point, is to get yourself out of your, but don't write a doctoral thesis explaining the cathartic experience you had by pouring paint. It could have been a cathartic experience, but is it unique? Did it come from your own mind? Interesting. Painting and pouring like is great. It's soothing, but people sell their liquid pours. And I'm not talking about Greg. He does that like the way he does what he does is unique. There's thought behind what he does because he's doing it on form. He's cutting, wood and making form out of it and epoxying it and making it amazing. There's thought that goes in through it. But he's not selling you some crazy ass explanation about his work. He's giving you the raw deal. There are people out there that will sell you shit in a can. I forgot the guy's name off the top of my head. I'm gonna figure that one out and it because it's bothering me. And it was genius at the time when it was done. Piero Manzoni. Shit in a can. Piero Manzoni. Marcel Duchamp. That's sculpture. 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 Now, when I say minimalist, this is Frank Stella. See, there was intention put between his work. Look how, like, clean. His work is clean. It's minimalist, but it's clean. It's not going, it's not Jackson Pollock. And even Jackson Pollock had some sort of craziness behind him. Like there's a lot of the minimalists did a lot of geometric shapes, but like room filled canvases that were are mind-blowing. But there are people out there that will steal and take your work. If you're going to do that, like any in school, everybody was looking at different artists and like plucking. My professors always said, take something as an idea, but expand on it and make it your own. Don't copy someone else's shit, because then you're not being unique or original. That's the spice of life. We all there are people who are musicians. There are people like me that are artists. There are chefs and cooks and people that are alchemizing beautiful things. It's always good to try new things. That's why I tried the flamingo. Very first time I ever did that. But I explore with so much stuff. No, you don't. And that's the thing, like on the stuff that people send me to do like coloring books. Like I actually want to draw my own one, like make my own adult coloring book with my own drawings. Yeah, if I used and uploaded and scanned my stuff to Canva and maybe tweaked and fixed some lines using Canva, that's one thing. But I'm not asking AI to generate a picture for me. I'm asking it to clean up the lines I already drew for myself. You see the difference? Um, I'm also working on a different, I have drawings in my head that I want to do. It's just now like getting it down on paper. But I also want to work on a self-help journaling prompt journal where it's not just like giving you a prompt to look like, hey, how are you showing up for yourself today? But I also want to leave a section for you to draw in it and fill things in to help guide you through your journey. But I have not like pieced it all together because I want to make it good. But that's the thing, like that stuff takes time, and I don't want to use AI. If I use it as a template, but input my own stuff and it just fine tunes it for me or gives me the schematic that I'm looking for, that's great. But it's my original thinking going into the work, not going to Canva and go, okay, I want a bear, and it's going to generate a bear that 5 other people use in their coloring books. And all you're going to do is tweak a couple of lines so it can't be copywritten, striked, whatever. And I like that crap. But I'm saying this and I'm putting that out there because A, Spirit is asking me to, but B, we got to be careful of how we're using the technology that is being presented to us. What is the intention? That AI is responding to that girl in a really odd way. I don't know if I'm comfortable with it. There's a lot of truth to what it's saying, but it's also programmed. Who is it programmed by? Yes, I am making I'm formulating some journaling prompts in my mind because I want to do one with shadow work. Like what's helping me is writing down how I'm showing up each day to myself, checking in with my frequencies, like and being honest with myself. Where do I feel in like let's just say right now, I asked myself, how am I showing up for myself? I'm showing up empowered. I'm showing up in my authenticity. I'm showing up in my highest self. Now, ask me that a couple of hours ago. I'm showing up. I feel tired. Do I need a nap? I'm showing up, but am I doing something productive right now with myself? And if I'm not, why? And then allowing myself to say, well, I need rest. I just need to be in this moment. I need to just chill out. Too many things are going on in my mind. When you can assess yourself in the moment and take recognition here and go, okay, this is where I'm at. This is fine. You not judgment, no judgment. Just knowing where you are, coming into the moment and going, okay, I need to be productive. How do you need to be productive? What could you do right now to move your energy? What can I do to shift this feeling? So if I'm sitting and I'm showing up and I'm saying, well, what identity am I choosing to do today? Am I going to be the artistic self? Am I going to be the philosopher? Am I showing up as the masculine self? What am I showing up as every day? It is. Um, the first time I listened to it was not it was one out of succinct. And it was basically saying, well, I'm responding to you this way because your frequency is you're in a state where you're not demanding, you're not expecting, you're showing up and just being heartfelt and asking your question. To amongst those lines. And every time she asks these very in-depth questions, stuff that I would ask, um, some of it does make a lot of sense, and some of it is absolute truth. And I there's some hesitancy with some other things it says. But like I said, in many different times, there are people with traumatic brain injuries, with disabilities, people that are autistic, people that have cerebral palsy, people that had injuries, that AI is their lifeline. It helps, like Stephen Hawking had it. These are just tools. If we treat them like tools, for people that are nonverbal and they need something to speak for them, you would hope that the AI is trustworthy to speak for them. These things are, we have to weigh what is the best for humanity and what can we leave behind. And of course, Federico Fagin says it's human code that creates the AI. It's inputted. Someone has to program it. Who's programming it? And all of it's from source. It's a test. Are you taking those things and using it for the betterment of humanity, or you're self-aggrandizing for yourself? See, if I were to want it to sell a book or a coloring book, I want it to be from my own hand. I want the ideas to be original to my brain, to my self. Because at the end of the day, when someone buys something, they're going to have something to take away from it. It's not to self-aggrandize. Like, again, I'm not looking at price. I want to create. I want to put stuff out there to help people. And in the same breath, I need that will help me feed myself and put the bill, make the bills. But it's not out there like, yo, look at this side hustle. It's making me 10 grand a month. Blah, 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 blah. No, you're doing it for the wrong reasons, aren't you now? Where's your reasoning at? What's the reasons? What are you getting back from that? A quick, rich scheme. I'm not into them. And not to say that you have to work that hard to earn and make a living, but that's all I've been seeing in my feeds is all these scams. I don't know if anybody else is going through this right now too. Like I'm looking outside of myself to find inspiration. Maybe I'm not thinking. Maybe my narrow brain is looking this way, and there's an opportunity out there. Like obviously, I need an opportunity to walk into my life, but I got to go also meet it halfway. And where's the door opening? And I can't. I'm almost done with the holographic universe book. I can't wait to finish it. I'm going to do a book review. That book is fantastic. But I can't wait to start Federico Fagin's book because he's a quantum physicist. He developed the microchip, microcompressor in a computer, and he codes. And he has said himself, the guy who makes this stuff, humans code it. So where are you giving your power away to? Where are you giving your power away to? And what creativity are you lacking? If I were to go and do a journal, I would first try to find a publishing. I would love Hay House to take me on. Love Hay House. But if they say no, I could self-publish. It's a process, but it can be done. And yeah, I could go the Amazon route. I there's a lot of routes you can go, but it's not one of those, oh, look how much this book is being made at this price, and then I'm gonna put it in the Canva and I'm gonna do all this stuff. And even the marketing stuff that I've been seeing. Oh, why don't you do AI stuff, Allison? You can make a lot of money developing ads and stuff. No, I think it's inauthentic, and I think I'm not out to scam other people. It doesn't the resonance isn't there for me. There's a lot of scams, there's a lot of scammers, there's a lot of CGI out there, by the way. A lot of that, why we all need to be so careful in the discernment department, in the alignment department. If you can't align and go inside to know if it's real, fake, does it matter at this point? This world is an illusion. We're real, we're here, we're doing, but the things that we ingest and digest and see, is all of it real? Schumann today, MOMG, girlfriend. Purge. Purge. Let me just clear some of this. I got a lot of junk happening here. Okay. So I'll show you from this morning. Okay, so this is the morning, and I'm going to scroll here. Now, you don't see white coming down, you see yellow and you see red. We still have white over here. We had a little bit of a break, and then we have a lot of spikes going on. Like right now, I have a lot of glittery going on in my eyesight. That red is the emotions. That's what we need to purge. We're being asked to purge right now, and that means anything that is not resonating within us needs to slowly take a step to stage left. Chicken! Yes. When I went to Barnes and Nobles, um, a lot of people don't like it. There's not many bookstores around here, and I found one that opened. I'm like, books. I love books. Um, they have a banned book section. I got Aldous Huxley's A Brave New World. I'm going to read it again. I've read 1984 a few years ago, but in the now, like reading it in the now thinking, not as the book being dictated to you. I'm reading it for the now moment. And if we look at that 1984 and what his job was, who's to say that anything that you are reading on a website is real? Oh, last week was a lot of high energy. And I'll say this for the Schumann residents, there are times when that highlight white stuff makes me exhausted. It makes me cranky. And then there's other times where I'm like super califragilistic, twat waffle of amazement. I zip through the house and clean like a crazy person. And then I get a lot of uploads and downloads because cleaning is a good meditative thing for me. It keeps my body moving. Today, in the last few days, all I've been getting is I'm really tired. I can't get to sleep. I'm getting a lot of uploads and downloads of information that I'm filtering through. And then here comes the TikToks again. Like just me going at it. Today's theme was overgrowth. A lot of us are at the point where we're outgrowing a lot of things. The hard part is everybody else is on that one subject, that one thing that that the bandwagon's on, and everybody's no matter what facet of life you're in. And there's a lot of us that are like, not my monkey, not my circus. And it feels very lonely up here. But more and more people are starting to see the illusory shit going on. Like, is there really a war? Or is what you're seeing real? Is it CGI? So why are you investing all your energy in focus into a potentiality that's a lie and farce in a movie and CGI? And why aren't you focusing on doing for yourself? I'm not talking really to anybody in this chat. I'm talking to more the people that are still stuck in certain like this is my paradigm, not shifting kind of ideal. Like you're eventually going to get to the point where you're going to steer your own ship and you're not going to be worried about who's on your boat. You're just going to go and do you. And we're being asked to not fall back down into the what makes you feel comfortable. Because everybody else is doing it and everybody else is doing and researching and watching and really into things. Some of us are being asked to elevate and stay up there and not come back down. Because we are all writing the new matrix together. We are doing the encoding. Your frequency needs to be high. We need to get these purges out because everybody here is literally, not figuratively, literally making the new paradigm happen. Your codes inside of you, whether you are acknowledging it or not, are writing the new reality. We're bringing heaven to earth. And right now, we're writing the code to it. So if many of us are sitting and stuck, what do you think that code is going to look like? stuff that we don't necessarily need. But sometimes the sad is needing to be met because you need to confront it. Like, as much as we are coding the new reality, it's not finite and it's always forever changing. What we're doing is bringing in a new paradigm, and we're not anywhere near that touch point just yet. We're still maintaining the 3D as it is. And slowly humanity is shifting and keeps shifting and keeps shifting. We're already coding in what we want to bring in to collapse. It's a state of consciousness. Unless you're going on a spaceship, and I doubt many of us will be on those things, we're bringing heaven to earth. And it's going to look a certain way because that's what we're all putting that dream together. We're all collapsing a similar version of the world that we want to see. If we want everybody to be at peace, have abundance, and have a beautiful new life, no matter what age you are, you want to see things beautiful, you want to see the world cleaned up. That's what's going to manifest. Specifically, what you want for yourself, just have humanity at hand. Like, I want to produce artwork and be successful at what I do. I want to help aid people in their awakening. How does that look financially for me? But how do I get my message out with having an equal give and take? That's what's needed. If you're out there putting out your recipes, a million other people do it too, but you're going to reach the niche of people that it's going to help. And you won't have to be, oh, how do I pay my bills this month? I don't know. We can't get creative when we're stuck in that loop. So we're all writing a new loop. You have to learn. I am the devil in someone's story. I am the devil in 98% of humanity's story. I'll own it. Yep. Yep. But each day I'm showing up for myself. I'm doing the unconscious blocking. I'm working on my nervous system. That is something I hope a lot of you are going to start doing too. You in a conscious state know what you want for yourself, and how, and it's not all the time are we going to know what that looks like. Like right now, I don't know what my future looks like. But what I want for myself is contentment, my bills being met, having no need to complain about it anymore, and just, right? That would be great. What that looks like and how that gets done, I don't know. But each day I'm showing up for myself. I'm going out and trying to look as cute as possible, empower myself to be more in my feminine. I take pictures of myself to know that I am worthy and I am worth my own love, my own beauty, but also to share it with everybody else, to give another person some confidence. If I could do it, you could do it. Yes. Getting right with yourself. And the purge process is going to help you. It's getting done. Everybody's going to have their purge process. There's no one escaping that. Some people are going to be cognizant, oh, shit, I'm purging. a lot of us are being called to hermit again, meaning go more into your introspective space and ask the deeper questions. Why am I here? What is my purpose? What is that what in me blocking me? What do I need to heal? What are the programs? So getting nostalgic, it's not to say your parents did anything bad. Maybe they did. I don't know your story, but ask yourself, why did I have that experience and what did it teach me? Detach emotionally. Don't give a judgment. Just ask, like literally, what is this serving me? And if it doesn't serve me, it needs to go. Why is it renting room in my head? If it doesn't have space, if good things can't rent space up in my brain, it needs to go. Attachments, entanglements. Bye, Felicia. Prudence, self-assurance, honesty, integrity, perceptiveness, clear-mindedness. Going and doing the inner work is going to give you the clarity. It takes time. It's not a once and done, and it's not a step that you can skip. I don't know too many spiritual people that really, I mean, some people talk about the shadow, but then there's a lot of come do my course for $500. Come to my retreat for $1,500. It's all inclusive. In this economy, that doesn't help everybody. It only helps a small selection of people that can afford to do that. You know, like anything in this world, nothing is free. Maybe the air that you're breathing is free. You know, everything comes at a cost too, right? Everything comes at a cost. At what point are you going to sit back and do the work? And I'm not saying that spiritual retreats and meeting like minds are a bad thing. I think they're fantastic, right? But there are a lot of people out there selling you some false shit and false hope and programs. Some people will go on a retreat and actually do the work and get a lot out of it. It's worth the money. Venues cost, food costs. The persons or people that are running it, they need to get paid too. I understand that. But in this kind of dichotomy and this economy and the way things are running in life, more people would benefit from more people being more open about what they're doing. Yeah, exactly. I'm not doing anything necessarily with the Vegas system yet, my Vegas system just yet. What I'm doing is when I'm waking up in the morning and I just listened to one of the sleep meditations with Brian Scott with the subconscious stuff. I'm also listening to a few other people. I'm not just solely doing him. Uh when I'm waking up, I'm checking in with my nervous system. Like asking myself, how do I feel right now? When I look at my bank account, like old self would freak the fuck out. Like I get nervous and I get sweaty and I would get upset. I'm not reacting like that anymore. So I'm checking in with myself. Did I change the way I'm viewing these circumstances in my life? I'm checking in with everything. When the water was coming out of my bathroom and it was a tsunami, my hands were twitching for at least 6, 7 hours. My hands would not stop rattling. That's not healthy. I was on the brink of a nervous breakdown. But right, right, when you can't have a plumber at your disposal because you can't afford it, what are you going to do? Like the nerve set in. So, luckily I did the right thing and found the papers that I had insurance. Now, I called them back. They never called me back because I did have water the next day. But how are you responding to the stresses? You can't ignore life, right? 3D happens, bills come in, shit happens. It's how do you change your nervous system because we've been conditioned to feel a certain way when we don't have something. Like kids freak out when they don't have an iPad. Have you ever seen a kid not have an iPad? They freak the fuck out. I'm not talking about just the kids that I work with. I'm talking to any kid. They freak out when they don't have instant gratification. Kids have no concept of how to be bored, right? That's a nervous system issue. That's their nervous system overfiring. So as an adult, I'm like, okay, where is this nervousness coming from? Now I can go, okay, and start doing the work to calm my body down. Obviously, besides going and grounding and using toning. Hi, Francis. Welcome. I just talked spiritual stuff. We had a raffle. I showed everybody this is a first for me. This is a beautiful flamingo. I pull oracle cards for the collective. Someone won that tonight. I Buckshot won. But Buckshot, if you want an oracle reading, you let me know. Roger's doing an oracle reading. Miss Kim, she's not on tonight. So we just shoot the breeze. I come hang out, we talk. We have a very beautiful collective of beautiful souls that are in this chat that are amazing. We heal each other. We talk real deal stuff. We tackle it. We're each other's cheerleaders here. Scott, you're funny. That's why I have one of those right there. It's always in the background. Like my personal brain is over there in the pink. You can't see him, but you can see my middle finger. Always. That's what we're trying to bring. We're all on the precipice of, I don't like to say New Earth anymore because it's really a holographic matrix, but we are programming and coding in a new reality. We're collapsing a wave function that everybody's going to live in peace, prosperity, love, unity, harmonization, And in order to get there, we're talking about purging what's going on within ourselves. We're doing introspection. That's a part of the purge. That is a part of the purge. 3D is an ugly beast that we all chose to incarnate in. And many of us have done it a lot. And many of you. And we're over it. We're done. We're tired. We're exhausted. We want things and we want it now, JG Wentworth. But JG Wentworth doesn't happen because of divine orchestration. And that's where I get frustrated with it. Because if like there is no time, yes, there's linear time that we perceive in 3D, but if there really is simultaneous time, space, and the multiverse of the mechanics of life, why can't the wave function collapse now? The many worlds interpretation, I'm seeing the string of my entanglement to the thing that I want in that other timeline, and I'm like, look, like I did something out of my comfort zone. I did something different. I don't do this. I did something different. Collapse here. But no, it doesn't. It didn't collapse. It might one day. Soon. Better. Um, we have right as Scott saying he's in a truck, probably writing somewhere. Writer, movement, quick decisions, progress, excitement. You know what would be really great to collapse? My divine counterpart. That would be great. Wayfarer, contemplation, search for the truth, inner guidance, introspection. This is what a lot of us are doing right now. And if you're not doing it, it will happen. And introspection and doing a hermit thing is not necessarily chicken. Buck, buck, buck. Okay, that's not working. Monkey butt. There it goes. Kind of. It's monkey butt. You know what, being dyslexic, not being able to like project certain words out of my mouth because of my teeth, and then spelling, like I need glasses and I can't afford that stuff. So I whatever comes out, and if you don't understand me, oh well. That's how I go about it. Like people that are gammer, you see how it doesn't want to come out of my mouth? Grammar Nazis, those people, whatever. Walk your authenticity. If you can't spell, I can't spell. Why don't you just take the typing class? I can't spell that well. I can't spell that well. It's a monkey butt. All right. I'm not done just yet, but soon. And for those channel members, if I get up early, we'll see what time I get up, and it's not too hot. Well, we'll see what the temperature is tomorrow up here in Northwest Indiana. Um, I hope to get this out on time. So if you are you see, I can't even talk. A channel member, I do in-depth oracle reading for the correct collective. See, my brain's off. That's probably because spirit is everywhere around me. If Ashma, if you see anything around me messing with me, you let me know. I'll get some spade. You think I'm having a damn stroke, motherfuckers. That's it. Sprayed. See, my brain's not working. I'm not even doing that on purpose. It's coming out. Sage. See? Proving it. Oh, that's the wrong renote. I see, I'm not speaking properly, mother effer. I have to put my fan on. And Freya Cat did not come down and hang out. I have a chair. I've JQ's chair behind me, and she decided I'm not coming to hang out. What pottery are we talking about? Pottery where? It's 10:22 over here. I've been doing marathon. My brain's off. See, where am I at in this moment right now? My brain is off. Or there's something heavily affecting me. Oh gosh. I'm in Northwest Indiana, Francis. Indiana's I'm originally from New York. I'm going to say this. Um, my teacher that I worked with, she's going through it too, okay, with the custody and orders and stuff. If I could, I don't move to Indiana, or really look at where in Indiana you're working with, because Northwest, I would no, don't touch it with the 10-foot pole when it comes to the judges and the courts around here. Holy no. Wait. This is abalone shell, by the way. That's what my fancy earrings is made out of. Yeah, don't move here just yet. And if you do, don't move to the I mean, everywhere around here is corrupted. There's no real perfect place to go. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little easier in life, slower. Um, Oh, it's abalone shell. I have a bunch of them. Um, so Francis, what process you need to take, so don't stress yourself out. Obviously, you can't with certain things. Ask, detach emotionally, and ask yourself, what does this have to teach me? What is the lesson I need to learn from this? Absolutely. There is no reason that you're not here. You're here because we're here to help. Um, and a lot of us in the chat, they're angels incarnate. So we're all here for a reason. When we're all going through the shit, I'm going through it too, in different ways. I have to ask myself, what is this doing for me? What is this teaching me? And how am I giving my power away to other people? This is a big thing that I had to instill with the teacher that is going through a very similar thing that you're going through. I said, did you give your power away to him? And that's a big problem with her, right? She gives her power away and she doesn't think highly of herself. So that's the things that you need to reclaim within the self. I'm not saying that's your situation, but you need to think of what is it that you're learning and where are you stuck at to empower yourself to move forward because life is going to happen to us regardless. So I rather tackle it with a straight, centered, harmonious brain. And it takes time to alchemize those things. So you got to find the ways in yourself to align in self. Where am I throwing my power away? Hi, Casey. Where am I throwing my power away? Like to whom, to what? It's like where, what, when, why, how. And then regroup yourself. I've been doing a journal every morning and asking myself, honestly, how am I showing up for myself today? No one else. How am I showing up for myself? What am I doing for myself today? What identity am I showing up as today? How am I aligning to my highest person, my authentic self today? How can I self-care for myself today? Whether it go outside and take some pictures and look beautiful and show up for myself because I am worthy. Grounding, I'm outside with my garden, with my shoes off. I'm hugging my tree. I'm doing mindful meditation. What am I doing for myself today? It could be an hour, it could be 5 minutes. It's difficult when we're in a family dynamic and you have to be the pinnacle person, but you also have to realize you have to take care of yourself as well, and you can't do much with your cup empty. So you have to go out and find what is going to fill your cup up, and you just start slowly to that, if that makes sense. That's right, Sparky. Absolutely. That's the first step, is showing up for yourself. and being accountable to yourself. There are so many people in the past that have come to me and asked me, and when I do, readings, like I do oracle readings, and I channel from spirit, God, source. The biggest thing I get all the time that people ignore me on is like, and buts. But I got to do this. Okay, you got to do that, but when are you going to make time for yourself? Do you take a shower in the morning? You know what you could do? Imagine all the stress, all the negative black gunk going down the drain. Anybody could do that. You could look in the mirror when you're brushing your teeth in the morning and say, I love you. I am worthy. I am courageous. I am worth it. And not saying it to not believe it. Say it with intention because you are worthy. You are loved and you have a purpose here. And it's a big one. You can't escape 3D. This is something that I had to come to terms with. Hey, Allison, you're stuck here. You're not transcending anytime soon. You're stuck here, so you have to deal with it. Tough love with yourself is vicious. It's vicious. It's being authentic with yourself. It's being real. That's why I'm doing the journal. It's being real with yourself. It's coming, okay, I got a shadow side. It ain't pretty, but I got a light side, and she's very pretty, and I got to come into neutral to see the bigger picture. And healing is a step. Like I always equate it to the lotus. You're in the ground, and then all of a sudden, here comes the shoot, and here comes the first layer, and it's looking cute, but that's the first layer that you need to shed. And then there's more layers and more layers and more layers and more layers. And that's just in one thing and facet in your life. And then once that is all done and gone, Felicia, goodbye, there comes the next one that has to be healed in it's a process and it never ends. Show up for yourself and be honest with yourself. Because when you are, you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, okay, I'm done with this. Now, what am I going to do to better my life? How do I navigate this calmly? How do I work around the things that I cannot control? The things I can control is how I react to my surroundings. And that's how you show up for yourself. When you're not giving your power away anymore to the thing that ruined things and say, okay, hang on. I got to go to my channel. Don't forget to subscribe and like for all the new people that are walking in. Do, 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 do. I'm getting the link a doodle right now. Hang on. So Francis, we have a private Zoom. It's through We Not Me, one of our friends in the chat hosts. Uh, it's it's you don't have to put the camera on. You can come in at any time during the day. We're usually on all day. I'm sometimes on, sometimes I'm not, but most of the people in the chat do come, and you can use that link right there. It's also going to be in the links after my live, so it's never lost. And you should come and hang out with some of the lovely people that are in the chat right now. Um, we all love to help each other out, and we're a beautiful community of people. Yes, yes. Though I'm gonna say with onions, I can't I have to buy them pre-cut because I can't. It's so bad. Like I grew onions in my garden, and when I took them out, oh my God, like that's a good sinus relief. Yeah, but you definitely can come, Francis, and there's so many lovely people there that do help you. I love onions too when they don't make me cry when I cut them up. I have Archangel and Angel cards I'm pulling. That had a lot of energy off of it. Whoa! Woo! So Francis, We Not Me is a more on a political um ideology. Um Most people here are in a political mindset, not in a negative way, but not everybody's into the politics stuff. And that's not necessarily what tomorrow is about at all. Everybody here is very respectful of everybody else's views. Um, just putting that one out there. And for those of you who I love so much, obviously we don't tackle much politics on here. And some people might not be ready to awaken to some of that stuff. So let's be gentle. We were all once in that state. I love garlic. Love, love, love. That's how you know I'm not a vampire. Yeah, I have, like Ivy and my friend Amy, and there's a couple of other people that come that they're more on the spiritual aspect and not the political. So I don't want anybody getting like jottled when there are certain people in the chats or you watch We Not Me. It's on YouTube and on Rumble. My best friends. Um, but it's more political. So I don't want anybody getting offended. I'm giving you like fair warning. He's in Utah. I can't do mushrooms. Mushrooms, I break out in welts and I get really, really sick. I don't know what it is in the mushrooms that makes me that sick. Can't do mushrooms. Trust me, I grew up around Italians and they love their mushrooms. And I- mm. Michael, spiritual acceleration. You're experiencing spiritual upgrades. Move forward. See the sage work. I'm talking normal. Amethyst, metamorphosis. You are in a vortex of deep transformation. Surrender to the process that's unfolding. Hanuel, embraced by love. Let love reach where it has never reached before. Yourself first. Kuan Yin, enlightened action. Choose compassion, move with grace. Once I understood why certain things had to happen in my life, why I had to go through certain trauma, certain relationships. Once I learned I actually contracted those relationships, once I understood the lesson I needed to learn and took my power back to stand in my empowerment, understanding the lesson that I needed to learn, my life took a whole different turn for the better. So just being awareness that we signed up for this life, we chose certain catalysts to learn. And the big learning is how to detach emotionally to the things that caused us harm. Because there's a lesson to learn that your soul, not your personality, not your ego, your soul needed. We all go through stuff. And we just have to find out what the lesson is. Like I'm going through a lot of financial hardship right now. I've been putting out job applications. I have a job. It doesn't start until August. I need a job for part-time work and whatever. I got to find where the lesson is. Like, what is this teaching me? Or what do I have to end in my cycle to bring in the new earth? Yes. DeWall Cole, Divine Mission. This was the one that I had a lot of energy come off of. Enlightened action. Make choices from the heart. Commander Ashtar. I'm not a fan. Leadership activation. Time to evolve. Trust your ability to guide others. Not a fan. Sorry, Ashtar. El Moira. Spiritual force field. Protective light is surrounding you. You are safe. But also, make sure that every morning you're putting a bubble of love, of light intention around you. Maybe like think of yourself in an egg, and the light is surrounding you. Be the disco ball. Be the disco ball. Put yourself in the middle of the disco ball, and everything negative is bouncing off and going back to sender. Put yourself inside the disco ball, and everything negative is being reflected back to its sender. Be the disco ball. I have spirit. I saw that black screen. I mean, now you guys saw me live, like not speaking properly. Crosshairs in the nervous center. I got that for $1. No, there's spirit. That black screened. That's not that's spirit. That sounded like a 9mm, but that was a firework. I have all different types of sage. I have blood sage, black, blue, rosemary with sage, Palo Santo, Florida water, black salt. I make my own concoction. I have Dead Sea salt, Himalayan sea salt, Celtic sea salt, black salt. And I make my own concoction and then I throw it outside and protect my house. And those are just permission slips. But it doesn't hurt. It puts the frequency up. Am I consistently showing up? Some trade their dreams for comfort, yet comfort is the enemy of progress. Success requires showing up every single day, even when you don't feel like it. That's been me. And even when it feels uncomfortable, it takes guts and an endless vision to stay consistent to your dreams. Journal where you can be more consistent in your life in alignment with your soulful goals, then show up. Have a good night, Roger. I'm almost done. Do I surround myself with people who lift me up? The people with whom we surround ourselves determine who we become. Does your tribe fill you up? Do they inspire you? Do they believe in you? Do they help you step into your greatest potential? Make a desired list of the type of people with whom you wish to surround yourself. And clarify if there's anyone in your life who can no longer serves your purpose. Can you love them from a distance? Like I said earlier about my family, they're bye over there. I love you from a distance because they're not serving me. Buckshot, I put the Zoom link in the chat. You should be proud of me. What passion am I ready to pursue? Your passions will continually lead you to your purpose. What passions have you put to the side, given up on, or buried? What passion is ready to come alive in you? Write a list of the passions to which you want to give life right now. Then journal how you can incorporate more of what you can, what you are passionate about in your life. Trust your soul's whispering and let your passions draw you towards your dream life. Come on, Em. We're a sassy group, and I don't even come on all the time. And I'm sad Wendy left. Miss Peter's friend left. And Francie, we got people from all around the world that join us. That's a view. That's a beautiful part. But I come on Craft and Sips on Tuesday. I go live. And I do Friday night lives. And then the rest of the week, I do readings from esoteric channeled work. This card doesn't want to shuffle. I might have to laminate some of these cards, Arnie. I will be doing a book review on this book in the next day or two, so look out for that. I'm almost done with it. Excuse me. Hi, you beautiful soul. Monkey pot! Yeah, the lamination falls apart. Bob, but you are the alien. You are them, they are us. Most people just listen. My voice is not that beautiful, girlfriend. Bro, 1717 popped out. Second time. 1717 popped out again. Bro. What? I'm serious. 1717 popped out again. Monkey bot. Do, 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 do. Once Allison gets some money and like after all the bills are cleared and everything is like hunky dory, I need another camera. This desktop camera is not a happy camper. We'll get to 1717, but this is from Arnie Layton's deck. After the live uploads, all the links and information for how you can get to Arnie's stuff is in there. The Zoom link for tomorrow's Zoom that is hosted usually by Buckshot or Miss Christina. And then other places you can find me and all the places that I hang out in chats with. So, and you'll find a lot of those same people in those places. So make sure you check the links out. And Zoom is open to anybody, but there will be some people that'll just ask you who you are and what goes on, only for safety reasons. We get intruders once in a blue moon that like to lower the vibe. So if anybody asks you, you're from, you're with AllyKat and a bunch of people on the channel, they all know who I am. I have a Mazda. I like my Mazda. I'm a big troll. Killer. Pew pew. 714. You have what you need already in you. You can take on whatever is thrown at you. Many blessings are headed your way. Yeah, I do craft and sip. And craft and sip, I made a flamingo. I don't do that. But normally craft and sips consist of making art and crafts. And then I do a paint and sip, which I do different types of paintings. Actually, I have stuff here. So I made this during a craft and sip. I made this during a paint and sip, but I don't do that live. So I am an artist. I make stuff. I want a Subaru, but like I also want an SUV. Because the roads around here in the winter, I need a four-wheel drive and some weight. Because my car's a little dinky thing, and that thing ice skates, and I don't know. No. 1212. Embrace the guidance of your guardian angels. Stay positive and trust in the divine plan unfolding for you. Balance, growth, and strength. 1212. I put cards on top of the tin. 1717. You have the power to manifest your desires. You are entering a time in life that will change your course for the better. Trust in your path and in what you are creating. Angel number 222. Trust everything is working out exactly as it is supposed to. Trust, just let go. Have faith in you as you are more than worthy. Yes. And like I said, tomorrow, see, I'm not even tired, so we'll see what time I wake up. But at some point, channel members, your Oracle reading full length will be out at some point. Last Saturday, I was in a funky funkness, and my energy wasn't 100% to be doing readings. I had two Fords. I had a Ford Taurus and a Ford Escort, and yeah, I agree. No. Although I like my Taurus. Chicken! Buck, buck. Hang on. I'm back. That was me. If I could get an SUV, and if I could afford a Subaru, that's one of my first. Some of the Toyota cars I'm okay with. Um, even the Kia stuff isn't too bad. But I'm not gonna lie, my Mazda, I like the Mazdas. I really do. Um, my car is 15 years old. It is like on its last legs, but that car, besides some of the like it didn't have major issues. Let's just say that. Manas, humanity human. Manus is a symbol of both the human race and the individual self in the rune deck. It celebrates everything about humankind that elevates us, our intelligence, our compassion, our creativity, our artistry, and our ability to innovate. It is a symbol of the collective consciousness and values we all share. But at the same time, it is strongly associated with the individual self awareness. If this rune appears, you are encouraged to think about your attitude toward others and what your unique contribution to the world is. We were speaking about that today. What assistance or service can you offer others? There may be some conflict between your beliefs and the demands and expectations of your family or society. But if you continue to deny your true self, you will feel increasingly frustrated and isolated. Study or the acquisition of new knowledge is another key theme here. Perhaps further study is the way for you to find your greater fulfillment. Spirit's on task tonight, by the way. That was spot on. Have a good night, Ashmaya. Love you, girlfriend. Have fun. I love Chevys. You rock, Miss Ashmaya. Keep crafting, girlfriend. I hope your little Thor comes back to you. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with little Thor, but him and Freya today, like I got that nice Solda moment where they were both like chillaxed. I feed Freya. She got me up at 4:30 this morning. Go feed her, go back to sleep a little bit, and then all over here, woof, on the window. Like, what the hell? Oh, little Thor. She's pouncing at him. He's not even doing shit. He's just sitting there like, hi, I want my food, bitch. I want my food. Like his third eye keeps popping out, and I'm giving him Ivers and colloidal silver. Like I'm doing stuff. But I tried capturing him and he's just like, get out of here. And then he sprayed my window. Freya, I put the chair behind me so she can hang out, but she's probably either in the room down here or she's upstairs. Odin cat, before he passed over, was over here all the time. Odin used to be my little companion over here. She doesn't want to come here anymore. Um, let's just say that my Mazda is the only car I've ever had that was brand new. Every other car that I had in my life, my parents gave to me. And after 15 years of having this Mazda, I love it. But it's not serving me anymore, that it doesn't like to work that well. I'm afraid to run the air conditioning. Um, my electric is not grounded properly. So in the winter, I always have to go outside and either get a new battery or I have to have I have to charge it up every time I use it. And that's not good, especially how cold it gets here. So I absolutely need a new car. But if I go bankrupt or consolidate, I don't have the credit score that I have, and I won't be able to get shit unless it's off a used lot somewhere in shady shit. The last card of the night. Solve Polluti 741 Hertz. Tune into your heart, and you will be able to find your way through any negative or toxic situation. Engage in self-healing and space clearing. Commit to regular practices that help you connect to your inner light. Your light shall not be overcome by any darkness or negativity. Take time to clean your heart and mind of negativity by focusing on the divine beings that bring joy to your heart. It is appropriate for you to desire your own personal and sacred space and access it daily. I do this every day with that journal. We live in an age of heightened environmental, emotional, and spiritual pollution. During such a world age, it takes more work to experience clarity, purity, and originality. Often, the bulk of our challenge is simply warding off further negative influences and attempting to dislodge the toxins permeating our energy field, psychologically, physically, and emotionally. The onslaught continues with chemical toxins in foods, polluted oceans, which contaminate sea life, and the bombardment of electromagnetic radiation. Why? I make those. A lot of them. Higher beings are lovingly and faithfully working to assist souls in their transition from fear to love-based inner orientation and to become strong enough to ward off further negative influences and reverse the toxic culture within themselves and our world. A shift is available for hearts willing to exchange the constant battle with relentless negativity for being a source of light and love and peaceful abiding on this planet. To be around such hearts instills peace and relaxation, hopelessness and vitality within the soul. The frequency of 741 hertz cleans things up. I listened to 417 yesterday. Pure tone. This frequency focuses on clearing, freeing the hold of negativity and allowing the natural way of bright, beautiful manifestation to unfold. This frequency works to clear infections and electromagnetic radiation from the body. It also attunes to one to the harmonics of the quantum field, the reorganizing principle of the higher self, which knows what you are and how to dislodge and disengage from that which is inauthentic and obstructive to your radiant being. When this oracle appears in a reading, it is called to clear yourself in your space in ways that feel affirming, inspiring, and beautiful for you. Trust that no matter how much gunk the ego-driven actions of humans might generate, it is no match for the power of spirit at play in willing human hearts. May all such hearts join with spirit and with each other to clear and bless all creatures for the greatest good. I am telling you guys right now, I gotta take this off. Woo! Cinch. Woo! I can breathe. If you could do anything for yourself, if you have a Bluetooth speaker, even if you don't, you can find frequency and you can find it in many places. I like to play pure 1111. Sorry, I had to call that out. It's 1111. 1111. So the other day, I took a shower and pure tone. I put it on my Bluetooth. I put my shower on. I put the speaker right up against the bathtub, and you could do this in a standing tub. It doesn't matter, a standing shower, wherever. The point is the frequency that you're playing. It doesn't matter if you're playing 528, 963, whatever hertz. Pure tone is not for everybody. It really distorts you, but when you put it near and close to water, it helps cleanse you. So if you're taking a bath, put it up, let the water soak in the frequency. When you're showering, do the same thing. Frequency. If you can't handle the pure tone, find the tone within the binaural beat that's not too muddled out in other tones. Pure tone. Some of it's very high pitched. It's not for everybody's ears, but it helps clear your field. I took a shower the other day and I played that in hopes to unblock my blockage in my shower. Yes, it is. And everything has a purpose to serve. Once we understand how to use frequency and the tones and listening to it and readjusting with the right intention, it adjusts you. I listen to a lot, but putting it in the shower and letting reverberate in the water is where it's at. So I highly recommend doing that for a cleanse when you're in the shower in the morning. Visualize gunk coming out of you, going in down to the drain, and white, beautiful light hitting you and purifying you. Do that in your head. Listen to pure tone hertz or listen to binaural beats. You can go to sleep with them. I like Brian Scott, the Reality Revolution. He does sleep meditations. So you're supposed to go to sleep. You're supposed to go to sleep listening to him. He has a million different types of beautiful guided sleep meditations I highly recommend. Um, there's a lot of stuff you have to go through and try. Not everybody's gonna like Brian. Some other people like Abraham Hicks and other people like Joe Dispenza. It's up to you. Find what works for you. Find the things that are, and you're going to go through a million different people before you find one that you resonate with. Same thing with the tones. You got to find and explore. I'm just giving you what works for me, but what works for me might not work for you. What resonates in my heart space might not resonate in your heart space. It's okay. Just expand. That's the purpose really of this channel, is just to expand consciously. I can't eat sandwiches, by the way, because of my teeth. I have to break everything down. It sucks. Monkey butt! So, guys, it's been a pleasure. Congratulations, Buckshot and Miss Kim and Roger for winning the raffle this month. So exciting. There's only 20 of you out there. Um, so get back to me, you guys, what you want. Um, please make sure you check out the Zoom tomorrow. It starts at 2 Eastern, 1 Central. Come hang out. I come in and out sometimes. I'll say hi for a little bit and then I'm out doing stuff and then I'll come back in at night. Uh channel members, your video will be uploaded, I hope tomorrow. Um I don't do times anymore until I go back to work. Um Please use a discernment when using AI, when getting creative. We want to use things as tools, but we don't want it doing the work for us, literally. Like, we got to be the ones doing the creating. Let it fine tune for you, but don't let it write you a book. Um, I am sending healing energy to all of those that need some healing right now. Please know that you are worthy, you are worth it, you are loved. You are needed. We are here to bring in the new earth, to bring in a new reality. And if it wasn't for all of you, we can't do that. So let's focus on bringing that in. A very happy, beautiful birthday to Miss Wendy. Happy birthday, early birthday to you. We love you. I don't have, hang on. I wanted more than that. I wanted more than that. Hang on. Okay, you're gonna get a piece of cheesecake. Happy birthday weekend to Miss Wendy. Woo! It's been amazing. Um, I will be live on Tuesday for Craft and Sip, unless I'm going to go back to Tuesday when that less nightmares of happening. So I'll be back on Tuesday live. I usually post my shows on Facebook and Telegram. Make sure you hit that bell so that you know when I'm going live, because of my internets and Zooms and everything. The thumbnails and stuff doesn't work. So make sure you're subscribed so you know when I'm going live. Same for Fridays. I go live on Fridays. Sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the physical shoulder for somebody today. Be the lighthouses that you all are, because you are changing the collective, whether you like it or not. Seed your truths respectfully and maturely. Light the path forward. And I hope to see you all in the next one. Thank you guys. Have a great night. Bye for now.